of process of mergement. Mergement. Okay, right. It is based on the mergement. Level is a level of blood. The test is based on the mergement. Best level. The merger makes a solid merger. Test merger. Size. Discovery connect size. Value discover of merge. Versus merge. Measurement from they measure from the top of your inner. Measure size to discover the exact size or amount of something. Well, your table is fat here. I don't know. It's fat. Well, the table fat in there. I don't know. It's merged. Inside work content. Content with something else inside. Hold. To have something inside or include. To have something inside or include something as a part. To have something inside or include something as a part. Hold. Imagine. Just change. To have something else. To have something. To have something else. To have something. 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 To have something inside. To have something inside or include something as part. Can't hold. In or inside or hold. To have something inside or include something as a part. How much liquid do you think they found? What? To have something inside. Content. Merge. Inner. Inner inside or container. With something else inside container. Content to have something inside or include something. To have something include. Okay. To have something inside or include something else. Yeah, to have something inside or include something else as a part. The measurement from the top of your inner. The measurement from the top of your inner leg to your ankle. Instead, the fashion retailer return ankle injured. A person shop or business that sells goods to the public. The person, okay. The fashion retailer. The person clothes items. Something that is part of a nest or group of things. Something that is part of a nest or group of things. The nest items on the nest. The restaurant has a menu of about 50 items. This restaurant have a lot about 50 items. Several. Okay. The nest of the nest. The nest of the nest. Something that is part of a nest. Something that is part of a nest. Something that is part of a nest or a group of things. So since the nest items on the nest. The restaurant has a menu of about 50 items. Several items of clothing lay on the floor. Consider. Think about it again. Well, I have several subjects to be considered. There are 3 items on the ankle. That's the nest item on the nest. Clothing range. The fashion retainers clothing. Range set. A set of similar things. I offered her a range of options. Think about it. I said I have similar things. I offered her a range of options. There is a wide range of options on this issue. Set. So similar things. Range. Similar things. Range. A set of similar things. I offered her a range. Gave something. Agreed, gave. Well, I offered her a range of options. There is a wide range of options on the issue. Range. The goods made by one company or goods are one particular type that are sold in a store. Okay, the fashion retailer clothes the items range in size from 0 to 17 with pants in same length. Length or distance. The measurement is something from end to end, or as now is the measurement of something from end to end. The measurement of something from end to end, or its longest side. The measurement of something from end to end, or its longest. The measurement of something from end to end as its longest. The measurement of something from end to end as or its longest. The measurement of something from end to end or along its longest side. The length. The butt is 10 meters in length. The length of the butt is approximate. The length of the butt is approximate. 注意，我们不是精力，我们是在你的手里。The measurement of something from end. She is okay. The young one of interest will ripe. Of interest will ripe. His neck heavy. The young man of interest will ripe. To cover or surround of something. Okay. To surround of surrender of something. This is C. Cover or surrender of something. Cover or surrender of something.还是0.26。好。0.53.93 to cover or surround something with paper, clothes. To cover or surround something with paper, clothes, or other material. Should I prepare to do it? Right. Okay, to cover or surround something with paper, clothes, the verb other material. To cover or surround something with paper. Then to wrap his neck having in some type of clothes or all the way to inside. The measurement from top of your end. Going to be inside. Measurement from the top of your neck to your ankle. Inside the top of your inside You said inner leg. 5. Okay. However, this new system made the cylinder and the rider. Right. Rider. A person who travels along on a horse or bicycle. A person who travels along on a horse or bicycle. And the rider is the evidence. That's what evidence, facts, information, documents that give reason. Okay, you can publish and earn money and raise money. Okay. Where's money? And the render is same. Where the render is same and the renders is same and renders. However, the new system made the cylinder head and the render in the same. This is evidence, facts, information, documents that give reason to believe that something is true. This is evidence by the three in same size and not and not very and majority I've watched the offered on the watched the evidence by the three instances the not varied change the character of often changing being different. When planning meals, you need to think about variety and taste. Taste as well as nutritional. Sexual reproduction serves to create genetic variety. Okay, let me say genetic variety. Variety, changing characteristic. 基地可能被版权可能被出售或授权出版商等等。你有苹果？好，那个。请求授权通常比特定的。这边通常不是这种。这个广发系列上。The measurement from the top of your inner egg to your egg, the fashion retainers are within 18 range in size from. So这就这授权，这授权这版权是变成Let's see. Okay, the measurement from the top of your inner leg to your ankle may fashion or the evidence varied change the clothes when planning meals, you need to think about variety and taste as well as attraction value, sexual reproduction, service to create genetic variety. Work on the production line is managed Very change. The characters are often change. The character very different. Variety. Large. This is evidenced by the three examples and large. Variety. Variety of what's offered. The sameness determines the ness of the inner pant leg to A great gift to ask someone if they would like to have something or if they would like to do something. Flex. To ask someone if they would like to have something or if they would like you to do something. I feel bad that I didn't offer them. I feel bad that I didn't offer them any food, and I didn't offer them any food to them. I didn't offer them any food. To ask someone if they would like offer. I didn't offer. I also asked someone if they would like to have something like something. Variety. Two characteristics often changing and being different. Determine. To counter or influence something directly. To counter or influence something directly or to decide what will happen. To counter or influence something directly or to decide what will happen. To counter or influence something directly or to decide what will happen. The number of staff we can take on will be determined by how much money we are allowed to spend. Your health is decide. To counter or influence something indirectly or to decide what will happen. Decide. The intendance of pant leg to determine. Decide. Determine. To counter or influence control or influence something direct. To control or influence something direct. 需要什么团队？导演、编剧、梅子、剪辑师、摄影剪辑、导演梅子，我觉得导演梅子、导演梅子、导演编剧梅子、摄影剪辑。To counter or influence. To counter or influence something directly or to decide what will happen. 这个人 the number step we can take on will be determined by how much money we are not to spend. Your health is 这剧本什么剧本的？我们剧本然后Your health is determined in part by what you eat. 这部电影有your turn， 也就是说 your health is determined. Your health is determined in part by what you eat. Eye color is genetic. 是这是中医。哦，记这一次。双层就是这么说。1984。 1989。对付。OK， 我就明白了，可以做改变，可以收费。这个永久是 determined appropriate in our way that is suitable or right for a particular situation or occasion. A particular time. Okay, a special or form event. A particular time, especially when something happens or has happened. We met on several occasions to discuss the issue. I've heard him be rude to her on a number of occasions. I seem to remember that on the occasion he was with his wife. OK， 我们俩都写是一个是。OK。另一个是。We met on several. We met a particular time, especially when something happens or has happened. Occasion approach. OK， 那个 to appropriate， 因而为是这意思，因而为那个是真的 think we are just for waiting。She didn't think we are appropriate. That is suitable or right for a particular situation. correct size. To be the right size. To be the right size. To be the right size or shape for someone or something. 就是说，如果对这个。能够我上出去。To be the right size or shape for someone or something. To be the right size or shape for someone or something. To be the right size or shape. So to be the right size or shape for someone or something. To be the right size or shape for someone or something. Okay, correct size. To be the right size or shape for someone or something. Adjective fit, you are perfect. Fast through. Our new coach doesn't fit through the door. And I think another desk will fit into the class. Will fit. Fit. To be correct size. To be the right size. Fit. To be the right size. Or to be the right size. Approach occasion. In the way not suitable ideas. Were right for a particular situation or occasion. I do not think we are appropriate. Okay. Do you think we are appropriately dressed for a wedding business leader who acted appropriately were praised. Decide. To control or influence something directed. To control or influence something directly, or to decide what will happen. 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 Influence determines the length of the inner hand leg to the appropriately fit the wear. Rest. Stop doing. Rest. To stop doing a particular activity or stop being activity for a period of time, or whether to rest and get back in your strength. Figure this out. To finally understand that something or someone, or find a solution solution to a problem after another thought.可以重新读 idea. Strength, just power. The ability to do the ability to do things. Mental effort, the ability to do something. Power, to do something that needs a lot of physics. Power. Get back your strength. She had strength and strength. She had strength. Power. Strength. Get back. Power. Get back your strength. Rest. Figure that. Rest. To stop doing something. Drinking water. Have water. Rest. To stop doing a particular activity or stop being activity for a period of time. Get back your strength. The doctor told him that he should rest for a new day. The doctor told him that he should rest for a few days. The doctor told him that he should rest. So doing a particular activity or stop doing activity for a period of time. She looked away from the computer screen to rest his eyes. She promised that she would not rest until the murder of her son. When murder was caught and imprisoned. Crime. To decline the intentionally killing a person. To sister. The crime of intentionally killing a person. Crime. Murder. The crime of intention. The sister have been charged with murder. The two sister has been charged with murder. Has been charged with murder. Emotion has strong feeling and difference of feel with emotion or strong feeling related with high charge issue. Charge stored if an event is charged, people add it or behave exact. If an event is charged, people add it behaving excited. If an event is charged, people at it are behaving excited. If an event if activity event is charged, people add behaving example. It's charged, store and energy, store energy. Charge. Okay. Stone charge.
Advice on getting rich. Just remember that in any random process,
and if enough people participate in it, you will always get every single possible outcome with probability 1.
There's a lot of random error in there, and then also this is why you have to absolutely and completely ignore business journalists and economist academics when they talk about private companies. I wouldn't even name names, but like when a famous economist rails on Bitcoin, or when a business journalist attacks the latest company that's IPOing, it's complete nonsense. Those people have never built anything. They're professional critics. They don't know anything about making money. All they know is how to criticize and get page views. And you're literally becoming dumber by reading them.
Oh my god.
You're burning neurons. I'll leave you with a quote from Nassim Taleb that I liked, where he said, if you want to be a philosopher king, first become a king and then become a philosopher, not first become a philosopher and then become a king.
I'm glad you brought up Taleb, because I was going to finish this by saying just remember the title of his first book, which is Fooled by Randomness.
One of the reasons why we're a little vague in this podcast is because we're trying to lay down principles that are timeless, as opposed to just giving you the winning lottery ticket numbers from yesterday.
You summarized this entire tweet storm with 2 words: productize yourself.
Productize and yourself. Yourself has uniqueness. Productize has leverage. Yourself has accountability. Productize has specific knowledge. Yourself also has specific knowledge in there. So all of these pieces, you can combine them into these 2 words. Whenever you're doing anything in business, if you're looking towards the long term of getting wealthy, you should ask yourself, is this authentic to me? Is it myself that I'm projecting? And then am I productizing it? Am I scaling it? Am I scaling with labor, or with capital, or with code, or with media? So it's a very handy, simple mnemonic. I mean, what is this podcast? This is a podcast called Naval. I'm literally productizing myself with a podcast.
You want to figure out what you're uniquely good at or what you uniquely are and apply as much leverage as possible. So making money isn't even something you do. It's not a skill. It's who you are stamped out a million times.
Making money should be a function of your identity and what you like to do. Another tweet that I really liked was, this was not mine, somebody else put this up. They said, find 3 hobbies, one that makes you money, one that keeps you fit, and one that makes you creative. I would change that slightly. So I would say one that makes you money, one that makes you fit, and one that makes you smarter. So in my case, my hobbies would be reading. Making money is I love working with startups, either investing in them, brainstorming them, starting them. I just love that ideation and initial creation phase around startups. And then on the hobby that keeps you fit, I don't really have one. Closest thing I have is yoga, but that's where I fell apart. And I think people who early in life discover something like surfing or swimming or tennis or some sport that they continue doing throughout most of their life are very lucky because they found a hobby that will make them fit.
We finished discussing the tweet storm, and we're going to spend some time on Q&A and discussing some of the tweets on the cutting room floor that didn't make it into the tweet storm. My first question is, do you think there are some common failure modes or typical things that people do wrong when they're trying to apply this advice?
A lot of people don't understand what specific knowledge really is or how to quote-unquote obtain it. People don't understand what accountability really entails. They think that accountability means being successfully accountable. No, it means that you have to stick your neck out and fail with your name out there publicly and be willing to let people hate on you. One of the reasons I'm less active on Twitter lately is because every tweet summons an army of nitpickers and haters, and it gets exhausting. But on the other hand, you have to learn how to ignore them, otherwise you can't survive on Twitter. A lot of people try to reconcile it with, like, should I quit my 9-to-5 job or not? That can be a very hard decision. I don't think you need to go that extreme. You can start applying accountability and leverage and specific knowledge even within your existing career. It doesn't have to necessarily be fork off and do something else completely. A lot of people will use it as a way to agree and disagree with their existing biases. They'll say, oh yeah, I agree with that part, or that part you're completely wrong. The most interesting parts should be the ones that you disagree with. Because clearly I've proven that I know a few things. So if you disagree with it, then maybe that is an area where you can improve your thinking. I've definitely improved my thinking all the time, but I will tell you that in this tweet storm, I put down the minimum viable principles. I did not put down the whole universe of what I know about how to make money, because 90% of it is suspect. I put down the bedrock, the stuff that I'm pretty solidly sure about. And I have not yet seen a tweet that has successfully contradicted anything in this tweet storm that would cause me to say, oh yeah, I got that one wrong. I think another place where people get a little bit off is they look at this and they say, well, this only applies to tech entrepreneurs. I disagree. The example that I gave about real estate was a good one in that regard. It's just the nature of leverage that technology drives leverage. So I'm going to push you in a tech direction to get the free leverage that is available in tech. And obviously this message is being delivered through the internet, so it's going to have a pro-internet bias. There are also people who believe that it is unfair to the people who don't have these opportunities to do anything with the opportunities that they do have. With that defeatist attitude, why even get out of bed in the morning? 90% of people are dead. There's a lot of people who are living on $1 a day. Do you live on $1 a day? No, it's up to you to play the hand that you're dealt to the best of your ability, and then you can take the winnings, the pot from that hand, and do whatever you want with it to fix the world. But saying that you should not do things just because others can't do things is living in denial. It's an excuse to not do anything. There are also people who believe that wealth creation is fundamentally at odds with an environmentally safe and healthy planet, and they view the whole thing as a giant zero-sum game. That's a false narrative as well. Elon Musk is not playing a zero-sum game with the environment, and there are plenty of entrepreneurs who are not. If anything, there is a word that environmentalists love, which is sustainability, and for-profit businesses are at least financially sustainable, if nothing else. You can do a B Corp, which has a dual mission. A lot of non-profit efforts would actually be better served by for-profit companies, because then they wouldn't have to go begging for grants all the time. They would be financially sustainable. Some great founders realize their philanthropic visions by running a business.
Who is this advice targeted to? Is it for my Lyft driver? Is it for an internet entrepreneur? Is it for somebody who wants to start a YouTube channel?
because it comes from someone who's steeped in Silicon Valley and tech companies, it's always going to have a bias towards that. But I think it's good for anybody who wants to be entrepreneurial, anybody who wants to control their own life, anybody who wants to deterministically and reliably improve their ability to create wealth over time, is patient and looking at it for the long haul. Certainly if you're 80 years old, retired, running out of energy, you should probably just stay retired. But there are 80-year-olds who have a lot of energy and want to do new things and live for the future. It can obviously apply very easily to a young person, I would say 9, 10 years old and up. The most difficult one is probably middle-aged, because when we're in our 30s, 40s, 50s, we already have a lot invested. We have a lot of obligations because those are the years where we're earning and people are relying upon us. We don't want to change because we don't want to admit defeat in what we've been doing to date. But that's where it can actually be the most fruitful. It may be the most difficult pivot. You have a 9-to-5 job, you have a family relying upon you, and so it may seem like the things in this podcast are far too idealistic, but maybe it can inform your weekend projects. Maybe it can inform your self-re-education that you do at night on the internet. Maybe it can inform what roles you take on in the company that you're at, because they move you closer and closer to points of leverage, points of judgment, or points where you're naturally good at and you're authentic. It might cause you to take on more accountability. Even applied piecemeals, these principles can directionally guide you regardless of what stage you are at in life short of retirement. And if you're in retirement, just test them to see if they're true and then teach them to your kids or your grandkids. There's many different ways to participate. It should really apply to almost everybody who has a complete body, sound mind, and is looking to work.
I think one way to apply the advice is to look at who is getting the leverage off of the work that you're doing. Look up the value chain, look at who's above you and who's above them, and see how they are taking advantage of the time and the work that you're doing and how they're applying leverage to it. People do that naturally in that they want to move up the corporate ladder, but that's mostly about managing other people. And what you really want to be doing is managing more capital, products, media, and community. People think about moving up the ladder in their organization, but they don't think that often about moving to a different organization or creating their own organization to get more leverage.
In general, ceteris paribus, fancy Latin words for all other things equal, you will do better in a smaller organization than a larger one. You will have more accountability, it'll be more visible. You are more likely to be able to try on multiple things to find out the thing that you are uniquely good at. People are more likely to give you leverage through battlefield promotions. You're going to have more flexibility, there'll be more authenticity to how the company operates. A good progression for a career, start out in a large company and then progressively move to smaller and smaller ones. It's very hard to go from a small company to work in a larger company. Larger companies tend to be more about politics and less about merit. They're more stable, but they're less innovative situations. The goal long term is, if we are all wealthy, is that we're all working for ourselves, and the people who are working for us are essentially robots. And today that's software robots in data centers executing code. Tomorrow it could be delivery bots, flying bots, mechanical bots that are carrying things around. This goes back to this idea of the best relationships are peer relationships. If there's someone above you, then that's someone to learn from. If you're not learning from them and improving, then there shouldn't be anybody above you. If there's somebody below you, it's because you're teaching them and enabling them. If you're not teaching them and enabling them, then get a robot underneath. You don't need a human being below you. This is utopian, and it's a long ways off, but in the not too distant future, anybody who wants to work for themselves will be able to work for themselves. You may have to make other sacrifices. You may have to take on more risk. You may take on more accountability. You may have less steady income. But more and more, I think the younger generation is realizing that if they're going to work for themselves.
In one of your tweets, you listed out some of the things you should study, like programming, sales, reading, writing, arithmetic. One of the items that ended up on the cutting room floor was that you should also study ethics.
I was originally going to put that out there as a concession to people who believe that making money is evil and that the only way to make it is evil. But then I realized ethics is not necessarily something you study. It's something you think about, and it's something you do. Every one of us has a personal moral code, and where you got that moral code from is different for everybody. It's not like I can point you to a textbook. Sure, I can point you to some Roman and Greek text, but that's not going to suddenly make you ethical. There's the golden rule, right? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Or there's Nassim Taleb's silver rule, which is don't do unto others what you don't want them doing unto you. Once you've been in business long enough, you will realize how much of business is about trust. And it's about trust because you want to compound interest. You want to be able to work for long periods of time with trustworthy people without having to reevaluate every discussion, without having to rethink each time, and without having to constantly look over your shoulder. And so over time, you gravitate towards working with certain kinds of people. And similarly, those people will gravitate towards working with other ethical, quote-unquote, people. So being ethical turns out to be a selfish imperative. You want to be ethical because it attracts the other long-term players in the network, and then they want to do business with you. And if you build a good enough reputation for being ethical, eventually people will pay you just to do deals through you, because you're the one who will validate and ensure the deals by your presence, because you wouldn't be involved with low-quality stuff. So being ethical actually pays off in the long run, but it's the very long run. In the short run, being unethical pays off, which is why so many people go for it. It's a greedy algorithm. But you can be ethical simply because you're long-term greedy. And I can even outline a framework for different parts of so-called ethics just based on the idea of long-term selfishness. For example, you want to be honest because it leaves you with a clear mind. You don't have two threads running in your head. One is the lies that you told you to keep track of, and the other one is what you're saying. You just have to think about one thing at a time, so you have more energy to think about that thing, so you're a clearer thinker. Also, by being honest, you're rejecting the people who only want to hear the pretty lies, so you force those people out of your network, and sometimes it's painful, like friends and family, but long term you create room for the people who like you exactly the way that you are. So that is a selfish reason to be honest. For example, in negotiations, if you're the kind of person who always tries to get the best deal for yourself, you will win a lot of very early deals and it'll feel very good. But on the other hand, there are a few people who will recognize that you're always scrabbling and not acting fairly, and they will tend to avoid you. Over time, those people end up being the deal makers in the network because people go to them for a fair shake or to figure out what's fair. And so if you are cutting people fair deals, you don't get paid in the short term, but in the long term, everybody wants to deal with you, and you end up being a market hub. You have more information, you have trust, you have reputation, and people end up doing deals through you. A lot of wisdom is just realizing the long-term consequences of your actions. And so the longer term you're willing to look, the wiser that you're going to seem to everybody around you.
Do you want to tell us about some of the jobs that you had as a youth and the specific job that kicked off your fanatical obsession with creating wealth?
This gets a little personal, and I don't want to do the humble brag thing. There was some thread going around on Twitter about, like, name 5 jobs you've held, and every rich person on there was trying to signal how they've held, like, normal jobs. So I don't want to play that game. I've held a bunch of menial jobs. There are people who had it worse than me, people who had it better than me. There was one point where I was washing dishes in the school cafeteria, and I said, F this, I hate this, I can't do this anymore. And I sweet-talked my way to a computer science prof of helping TA his CS class in algorithms when I myself was completely unqualified for that. And so it forced me to learn computer science algorithms so I could TA the rest of the course. But that desire came out of the suffering of washing dishes in the college cafeteria, which is not to say there's anything wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with anything, really, but it was just not for me. I did not enjoy it. I had an active mind, and I wanted to make my money and earn my living through mental activities, not through physical activities. But sometimes it takes the suffering of doing the wrong thing to motivate you enough to do the right thing. I worked at a law firm for a while, a big prestigious law firm in New York City. I had a big internship there. And I basically got fired for surfing Usenet back in the day. This is before the internet was a big thing. Usenet was the news groups, and it was the only way for me to stay from being completely bored. And I was an overpaid guy wearing a tie and a suit, and I had to hang out in the conference room. When the lawyers needed photocopies, I would make photocopies. And in the meantime, I would be bored out of my skull. This is pre-iPhone. Thank God to Steve Jobs for saving us all from unending boredom. But I used to read the Wall Street Journal, or anything that I could get my hands on. I would have read the back of a brochure just to keep from going insane, because listening to a bunch of corporate lawyers discuss how to optimize minute details in a big contract is really dull. And they got mad at me because they wanted me to sit there quietly and not read the Wall Street Journal. They said that's rude, that's misbehavior. So I got called up and reprimanded a bunch of times, and then I was finally terminated. And I was sent home in shame early from my very prestigious internship, destroying my chance of going to law school. And I was unhappy for all of an hour. But ultimately, it's one of the best things that ever happened to me, because then I would have ended up as a lawyer. Not that I have anything against lawyers, but it's not what I was meant to do.
You mentioned a catering job that you had a while back that really kicked off the whole obsession.
That was an envy thing. When I was in high school, I had to make some money to pay for my first semester at college, and I had to get a job. It was the summer of 1990, 1991 time frame. So this was the Bush senior recession. If anyone who was alive back then remembers it. So it was actually really hard to get a job. So I ended up working for an Indian food catering company. And I ended up having to serve at a birthday party for a kid who was actually in my school. So I saw my classmates and I was out there serving food and drinks to them. And that was incredibly embarrassing. I wanted to hide away and die right there. But you know what? It's all part of the plan. It's all part of the motivation. If I hadn't had that happen, I probably wouldn't be as motivated and I wouldn't be as successful. So it's all fine. But it was definitely a very strong motivator. In that sense, envy can be useful. Envy can also eat you alive if you let it follow you your entire life. But there are points in your life where it can be a very powerful booster rocket.
We spoke earlier about picking a business model that has leverage, from scale economies, network effects, zero marginal cost of replication. There were a few other ideas on the cutting room floor that I want to go through with you. The first one was the principal agent problem.
So mental models are all the rage. Everyone's trying to become smarter by adopting mental models. I think mental models are interesting, but I don't think explicitly in terms of a mental model checklist. I know Charlie Munger does, but that's just not how I think. Instead, I tend to focus on the few lessons that I've learned in life over and over that I think are incredibly important and seem to apply almost universally. One that keeps coming up from microeconomics, because as we've established, macroeconomics is not really worth spending time on, is what's called the principal agent problem. Principal in this case is principal with a P-A-L, not P-L-E, so it's not a principal that you follow. It's a principal who is a person. A principal is an owner, and an agent is the person who works for the owner. So you can think of it as an employee, the difference between a founder and an employee. I can summarize this by a famous quote that either was said by Napoleon or by Julius Caesar. It's generally attributed to either one. But he said, if you want it done, then go. If not, then send. Which is saying, if you want to do something right, do it yourself, because other people just don't care enough. Now, the principal agent problem pops up everywhere. In microeconomics, the way that they try to characterize it is that the principal's incentives are different than the agent's incentives. So the owner of the business wants what is best for the business and will make the most money. The agent generally wants whatever will look good to the principal, or might make them the most friends in the neighborhood or in the business, or might make them personally the most money. You see this a lot with hired gun CEOs running public companies, where the ownership of the public company is distributed so widely that there's no principal remaining. So nobody owns more than 1% of the company. The CEO takes charge, stuffs the board with their buddies, and then starts issuing themselves low-price stock options or doing a lot of stock buybacks because their compensation is based directly tied to the stock price. So agents have a way of hacking systems. This is what makes incentive design so difficult. As Charlie Munger says, if you can be working on incentives, don't work on anything else. Almost all human behavior can be explained by incentives. The study of signaling and signals is seeing what people do despite what they say. People are much more honest with their actions than they are with their words. You have to get the incentives right to get people to behave correctly. It's a very, very difficult problem. Because the good people aren't purely coin operated. They're not just looking for money, they're also looking for other things like status or meaning in what they do. Principal agent problem is the one that as a business owner, you're always going to be trying to figure out, how do I make this person think like me? How do I incent them? How do I give them founder mentality? And I think you have to truly have been a founder to fully appreciate how important this founder mentality thing is, and what a difficult and gnarly problem the principal agent problem is. What I would say to you is, if you are a principal, you essentially want to spend a lot of your time thinking about this problem. What that means is, you want to take your top lieutenants and you want to be very generous with them in terms of ownership and incentives, even if they don't necessarily realize it, because over time they will, and you want them to be aligned with you in how they operate. When you do business deals, it's better to have an aligned partnership where you both have the same incentives than a partnership where you got the advantage in the deal. You negotiate in such a way that you've got the better end of the transaction, because eventually the other person will figure it out, or they'll be misaligned and the partnership will fall apart. Either way, it's not going to be one of those things that you can invest into with the benefits of compound interest over decades. Finally, if you're in a current role where you're an agent, you're an employee, your most important job is to think like a principal. The more you can think like a principal, the better off you're going to be long term, because it's training you how to be a principal long term, and eventually you will become a principal. It's also going to align you with the principal, and a good principal will then promote you or empower you or give you accountability or leverage way out of proportion to what might be your menial role. I'm always very impressed by founders who will promote up very, very young people through the ranks, having them skip multiple levels despite their experience. And invariably it happens because this agent who's way deep down thinks like a principal. So if you can hack your way through the principal-agent problem, you've probably solved half of what it takes to run a company.
The reason I asked about this one first is because I feel like I personally never see the principal-agent problem in my work. I tend to work in small teams where everybody is highly economically aligned, and the people have been filtered for a commitment to the mission, and everybody else who doesn't work out moves on to another role elsewhere.
These are all heuristics that you have designed to avoid having to deal with the single biggest problem in management. Another example of a heuristic you can have that helps you route around the principal-agent problem is to deal with the smallest firms possible. So for example, when I'm hiring a lawyer or a banker or even an accountant to work on my deals, one of the things that I've become very cognizant about is the bigger firms, all other things equal, are generally worse. Yes, they have more experience. Yes, they have more people. Yes, they have a bigger brand. But what you'll find is that the principal and the agent are highly separated. And very often the principal will sell you and convince you to work with a firm, but then all the work will be done by an agent who simply doesn't care as much. And you can end up getting substandard service. So I prefer to work with boutiques, and my ideal law firm to work with is a law firm of one. My ideal banker to work with is a solo banker. Now you're making other sacrifices and trade-offs in terms of that person's resources, and you are betting big on that person, but you've got one throat to choke, there's no one else to point fingers to, there's nowhere to run. The accountability is extremely high. If you're an agent, the best way to operate is just say, what would the founder do? If you think like the owner and you act like the owner, it's only a matter of time until you become the owner.
Let's chat about the Kelly criterion.
The Kelly criterion is a very popularized mathematical formulation of a simple concept. And the simple concept is, don't risk everything. Stay out of jail. Don't bet everything on one big gamble. Just be very careful how much you bet each time so you don't lose the whole kitty. The Kelly criterion mathematically formulates, if you're a gambler, even when you have an edge, how much should you gamble per hand? Because even when you have an edge, you can still lose. So let's say you have 51-49 edge, every gambler knows not to bet the whole kitty on that 51-49 edge, because you could just lose everything, and you don't get to come back to the average. Nassim Taleb famously talks about ergodicity, which is a fancy word for the simple concept that what is true for 100 people on average isn't the same as one person averaging that same thing 100 times. The easiest way to see that is by playing Russian roulette. 6 people who play Russian roulette once each, and then each winner gets $1 billion. One person ends up dead, 5 people have $1 billion. Versus one person who plays Russian roulette with the same one gun 6 times is never going to end up a billionaire, is going to end up worth 0. And so risk-taking, especially when the averages are calculated across large populations, is not always rational. The Kelly criterion helps you avoid ruin. The number one way in which people get ruined in modern business is not by betting too much, but it's by cutting corners and doing unethical things or downright illegal things. Ending up in an orange jumpsuit in prison or having your reputation ruined is the same as getting wiped to 0. So never do those things.
Let's talk about the Schelling point.
It's a game theory concept made famous by Thomas Schelling in the book called Strategy of Conflict, which I do recommend reading. It's about multiplayer games where other people are responding based on what they think your response is. What he came up with was the mathematical formalization of how do you get people who cannot communicate with each other to coordinate. Suppose that I want to meet with you, but I don't tell you where and I don't tell you when. We both want to meet, but we cannot communicate any more information to each other. That would sound like an impossible problem to solve. We're done. We can't do it. Not quite. Because I know that you're a rational person and smart and educated, and you know I'm a rational person who's smart, we're going to start thinking, if we have to pick an arbitrary date, we're probably going to pick New Year's. And what time? Midnight or 12:01 a.m. And where would we meet? What is a big meeting point? Well, if we're Americans, it's probably in New York City. It's the most important city. And where in New York City will we meet at midnight? Probably Grand Central Station under the clock. Maybe you end up at the Empire State Building, but not likely. You can just use social norms to converge onto a Schelling point. There are many times in many games where you can look at the game itself, whether it's business or art or politics, and you can find the convergent Schelling point within the context of that game. You can cooperate with the other person. Here's a simple example. Let's suppose that you have two companies that are competing heavily with each other and they hold an oligopoly. Let's say that they're competing right now and the price fluctuates between $8 and $12 for whatever the service is. Don't be surprised if they both converge on $10 without ever talking to each other.
Do you want to talk about Pareto optimal?
Pareto optimal is another concept from game theory, along with Pareto superior. Pareto superior means that something is better in some ways while being equal or better in the other ways. It's not worse off in any way.
Snow from in one direction or to move it part of the body in a particular direction. Shine the forward and whisper. Shine the forward and whisper. 这能的时间，这是我想做一个。Shine the forward and whisper. Whisper doesn't matter. I said the next to or it's who led Simon over to me the side you want it. Yes. So be one direction or to move the top of the body in direction. Shine forward and whisper something in my ear. Snared. No. Snared. Tonight Orleans, something tonight Orleans or something. Tonight Orleans something or to pass something else. Wait is support. Support to agree with and we give encourage with heavy is the amount that something or someone weight. How much weight can this truck safely carry? There was a snap increase. there was a slight decrease in his 就是这个超情绪，因为如果就是这样，There was a slight decrease in his weight after we began dieting. That means weight. Anyways, so tonight we're doing on this something or to put something on something else, so that its weight is supported. She rested her head on my shoulder. Shoulder. One of the two parts of the body at each side of the neck, that shoulder. She rested her head on my shoulder. She rested her head on my shoulder. The basic. She rested her head on my shoulder. She rested her head on my shoulder. They basically rest against the wall. They rest wall. They don't. Shoulder. Body part. A shape like one half of a ball. A half like one half of a ball. A shape like one half. A rounded roof from a building or roof, or building such as roof. Dome. With such a roof, a rounded roof on a building, or a room, or a building with such a roof. Geralt has a long bird and a shiny bed. Yeah, different. A grand other had a long bird and a shiny bald. Look here. Bald. further matter. We cannot, we cannot, the lective from a word. I cannot predict. I cannot predict what will happen next. We cannot allow the matter. We cannot be We cannot allow the matter. Cannot see. 但是我记下来。哦。We cannot allow. We cannot allow the matter to rest here. Further action, further being. 比谁跑得更快的？这是数学。Further action. I cannot. Cannot allow the negative form of the negative say no. The negative expression no. Okay, so hard. Expression no. I cannot predict what will happen next year. Cannot. Negative expression no form exist or can. Further. And I never got further than the first 5 pages. Yes. I was so fun. Further. We cannot allow the matter to rest here. Further action. Far to a great distance or degree to a great distance or degree or at a more advanced name further and never far to get distance or degree or to more evidence further other distance further far to a great distance or to a great distance or degree or great distance or at more evidence or at a more evidence I never got further. I never got further than the first 5. So yes. I never got further than the first page. I never got further 5 pages of revise. I never got further. Never got further. Far to a great distance or degree or at or more evidence level and or at a more evidence advanced level to a great distance or further action has to be taken. The rest, the other sense, just不能掏钱。重新一句。The others and the people were part of their remain. To stay in the same place or in the same condition. To stay in the same place. To stay in the same place or in the same condition. To stay in the same place. To stay in the same place. To stay in the same place. To stay in the same place or in the same condition. Okay, the doctor ordered.它很长一段时间内，先想的，很愉快，但是你们是想的，对，因为想的，因为 对，所以the doctor. The doctor ordered him to remain in bed for a few days. To stay in the same place or in the same case. What meaning the doctor ordered him to remain in bed for a new few to stay in the place. Stay, keep doing something. Continue to stay in the same place in the same condition. To stay in the same place. To stay in the same place. To stay in the same place or in the same condition. Condition or part of the or they have not mentioned. Or part they remain to stay in the same place or in the same condition. Average. I have been too bright. Light. Full of light. Shine. Full of light. Bright. Full of light. Full of light. 现在我真的痛，告诉我说有点痛，但是有时候。他这样子，我是觉得。Full of light, shining. Full of light, shining. Bright, shine, bright. I have two versions, but the rest of the average, but the rest of the bright light. Shine further, shine bright. No. full of light, shining, bright sunshine. The rooms. The rooms were bright and then the rooms were bright and the night at bright, full of light. Right. Also, I have 2 bright students, but the rest of the average. Amount the result you get by adding 2 or more amounts together and dividing. The result you get by adding 2 or more amounts the result you get by adding 2 amount. The result you get by adding 2 or more amounts together and dividing it out by the number of amount. Okay. The rest. Other part. The understands people were parts of the romantic and or that has no being mentioned. I have noted on the rest of the average. I'll keep a third of mine and the rest I'll keep the third of mine and the rest. Remand. Okay. To stay in the same place. To stay in the same place or in the same condition. To stay in the same place or in the same condition. To stay in the same place or in the same condition. Okay. To stay in the same place or in the same condition. To stay in the same place or in the same condition. Or to stay in the same place or in the same condition. Sign. Contents. With it, contents will have right contents. Sign. who write usually on a written or printed document to show that you agree with its content. The article content is a part of the contents. The article or parts contain having inside to have something inside or including them as a part. The article is our part. Contract. Less agreement. Yes. To make a unique agreement by which money is paid in order to use land or building a vehicle or a piece of equipment for an agreed period of time. Maybe. Okay. Lease, rent. For non-staying, lease, rent. For short stay, fixed agreement, month-to-month agreement. Month-to-month agreement cost can vary 6 months. Lease. For long-term stays, fixed agreement, 6 months cost. Lease for long-term stays, fixed. The difference between a lease and a rent agreement. Lease. What meaning of this? To make a legal agreement by which money is paid in order to use and a building a vehicle. Lease. Contract. Lease. Make a legal agreement by which money is paid in order to use to a building vehicle or a piece of equipment for an agreement or agreed period of time. The building's 60 units are correctness to student of buildings are correctness correctly to students of the university. It was agreed they would lease their apartment to him. The apartment. Contract. Okay. Contract agreement. Check. Later. Check. Sign here. Later. Later. Besides his name at the end. Sure. Mark Taylor. Besides his name, Mark Taylor. Picasso. It's 1%. Picasso. 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 Legal. Connected with the nickel. Connected with nickel. Connected with nickel. Nickel connected with the nickel. Nickel device. Nickel connected with the nickel. Connected is nickel. Is no law. Usually made by government that is used to order the way in which a society behaves. Connected with the law. Connected with the law. Legal device. Connected with the law. Legal in sports to make legal right tournament and employment. The employee. Law. Employ. Provide job. To have some work to job for you and pay them for it. The team has just signed a new player. Okay. Getting the two neither understands tricky. Treating or compartment or a compartment. Something that is successful, or that is achieved after a night of work or effort. Something that is successful, or that is achieved after a night of work. Something that is successful, or that is achieved after a night of work or effort. Physical mental activity needed to achieve something. We need effort. After a great game. Effort. Offer. In the offer. Effort. Physical romantic activity needed to achieve something. Apartment. Agreeing to game. Complacement.
This is an important concept when you're negotiating with somebody. If you can make a solution Pareto superior to where it was before, you will always do that. Pareto optimal is when the solution is the best that it can possibly be, then you can't change it without making it worse in at least one dimension. There is a hard trade-off from this point forward. These are important concepts to understand when you're involved in a big negotiation. In negotiation, though, I would generally say that this is a tweet that I have: negotiations are won by whoever cares less. Negotiation, at the end of the day, is about not wanting it too badly. If you want something too badly, then the other person will be able to extract more price from it. If you do care more about something than the other person, and they are taking advantage of you in a negotiation, then your best way to deal with that is to turn it from a short-term game into a long-term game. Try to make it into a repeat game. Try to bring reputation into line. Try to bring other people in who may have a say in the future or may want to play games with this person in the future. An example of a very high cost, low information, single move game is having your house renovated. Contractors are notorious for overbooking, ripping people off, being unaccountable. I'm sure contractors have their own side of it. The homeowner has unreasonable demands. We found problems. The homeowner doesn't want to pay for it. They don't understand. They're low information buyers. It's a very expensive transaction. Historically, it's been very hard to find good contractors, and the contractor has no choice on what a good homeowner is. You try to go through friends, you try to go through reputation, and what you're basically doing there is you're trying to convert a single move, expensive game with a high probability of cheating on both sides into a multi-move game. One way to do that would say, well, actually, I need 2 different projects done. So the first project we'll do together, and then based on that, I'll decide if we do the second project. You can split your work up into 2 projects. Another way might be, I'm going to do this project with you, and then I have 3 friends who want projects done, and they're waiting to see the outcome of these projects. Another one might be the same person operating within the same community and having a reputation in the community to protect. Another one could be you write them a Yelp review or a Thumbtack review. These are all ways of turning a single move game into a longer term game and helping get past a position of poor negotiating leverage and poor information.
We talked about compounding and compounding interest, but we didn't really dig into it that much.
Relationships are a good example of compound interest. Once you've been in a good relationship with somebody for a while, whether it's business or it's romantic, life gets a lot easier because you know that person's got your back. You don't have to keep questioning. If I'm doing a deal with someone that I've dealt with for 20 years and I trust them and they trust me, we don't have to read the legal contracts. Maybe we don't even need to create legal contracts. Maybe we can actually do it on handshakes. That kind of trust makes it very, very easy to do business. If Nivi and I start another company, I know that if things aren't working out, we're both going to be extremely reasonable about how to go about it, how to exit out of it, how to shut it down, or even if we're scaling it, how to bring in new people. At this point, we have mutual trust, and that allows us to start businesses more easily and almost compounds the effect. Especially when you're dealing with something like a startup, which is so difficult to pull off. Removing these frictional mechanisms can actually often be the difference between success and failure. I think the number one most under-recognized reason startups fail is because the founders fall apart.
There's a couple non-intuitive things about compounding. The first one is that most of the benefits of compounding comes at the end of the compounding. So you may not necessarily see the huge benefits of it up front. There was that good quote from an article that Sam Altman wrote where he said, "I always want it to be a project that, if successful, will make the rest of my career look like a footnote." again, that just goes back to the idea that most of the benefits of compounding come at the end. The other thing that's a little non-intuitive about compounding is that I think it's better to have a few deep compounding relationships with people instead of a large amount of non-compounding relationships.
One of the under-realized things in business is that it takes just as much effort to create a small business as it does to create a large business. Whether you're Elon Musk or whether you're the guy running 3 Italian restaurants in town, you're working 80 hours a week, you're sweating bullets, you're hiring and firing people, you're trying to balance the books. It's highly stressful and it takes years and years of your life. But in one case, you get companies that are worth $50, $100 billion and the adulation of everybody, and on the other hand, you might make a little bit of money and you've got some nice restaurants. So think big.
Are there any other microeconomic concepts outside of zero marginal cost of replication and scale economies that are important for people to understand?
Price discrimination is an important thing to understand. What it means is that you can charge people different things based on their propensity to pay. Now, you're not allowed to charge different people different things just because you don't like them. You have to offer them a little something extra, but it has to be something that rich people care about. Business class seats will routinely cost 5 or 10 times what an economy class seat does, but it probably costs the airline just 2, maybe 3x to provide that. It's just the rich person is more willing to pay, so you have to give them the little things that they need extra to either signal they're rich or that little bit of comfort that they want. Price discrimination gets used a lot in enterprise software, where you have a freemium product. The free version will do almost everything, but then if you want the version that's a little extra secure or hosted on your site or has multi-user administration so the IT person can monitor everything that's going on, you suddenly find yourself paying 10, 100, or infinite times as much as you go from a free product to a priced product. Another good concept is consumer surplus and producer surplus, which is the excess value that somebody gets. Even though they were willing to pay more, the product was priced the same for everybody. I get a lot of joy out of my morning coffee. Obviously, I've made some money. If my coffee cost $20, I would pay $20 for my morning coffee. But Starbucks doesn't know that. It can't price the coffee at $20 just for me because it's selling the exact same product. So I'm getting a lot of consumer surplus out of the coffee. And all businesses generate consumer surplus. It's a good thing to keep in mind when someone's harping about how evil companies are. Amazon might be a $1 trillion company, but I will bet you they're generating trillions of dollars in consumer surplus through convenience and willingness to pay. There are a lot of people who are willing to pay more than what Amazon charges them for all their services.
Let's talk about NPV.
NPV is just the net present value of something. It's when you say, that stream of payments I'm going to get in the future, what is that worth today? So a common example of this is you're joining a startup company and you're getting stock options, and the founder says, well, this company is going to be worth $1 billion and I'm giving you 0.1% of the company, therefore you're getting $1 million worth of stock. What he or she's arguing is what it's going to be worth in the future. You have to discount that back to today. You have to figure out what is that worth today, and you have to apply a discount rate or an interest rate that takes into account the massive risk that startups face. What you'll end up with is the price that it's worth today, and that's the price at which a venture capitalist would invest in the company today. So if that founder just raised a round at $10 million, and that company is only worth 1% of what the founder is arguing, your $1 million package is actually worth $10,000. So NPV calculations at a very rough level, you should be very comfortable doing in your head.
What's a mispriced externality? You mentioned that at some point during our podcast.
An externality is when there is an additional cost that is imposed by whatever product is being produced or consumed that is not accounted for in the price of the product. Sometimes you can fix that by putting the price back into the product. One of the most ardent ways people attack capitalism these days is that it's destroying the environment. And if you throw away capitalism because it's destroying the environment, then guess what? We're all headed back to pre-industrial times. It's not going to be a good thing. So rather, there's an externality because the environment is finite, the environment is precious, and we have to price it properly and fold it back in. If people are wasting water or putting hydrocarbons in the atmosphere or polluting things, you want to charge them what it costs to clean up that pollution, return it to a pristine state. Perhaps that price has to be very, very, very high. If you raise that price high enough, you knock out pollution. It's much better than feel-good measures where we're just going to ban plastic bags and we're going to say don't take showers on Saturdays and Sundays when we're having a drought. California likes to run declarations and ads to scare you into not taking showers on times when there's a drought, when it would be just much better to raise the price of fresh water. Your average consumer might pay a few pennies more for a shower, but then the almond farmers who consume a lot of the water will cut back on using fresh water, and almond farming may move to a part of the country where water is more abundant. Properly pricing externalities can save resources in a tremendous way. It's a good framework to think about how to be effective when you want to do things that save the environment rather than feel good things that won't actually amount to anything.
One of the most common questions we get from people is, how do I get the time to start investing in myself? I have a job. I'll kick off the answer with one of the tweets from the cutting room floor, where you said, you will need to rent your time to get started. This is only acceptable when you are learning and saving, preferably in a business where society does not yet know how to train people and apprenticeship is the only model.
You're going to have to work starting out unless you happen to be born rich, in which case you probably won't have the motivation to make money in the first place. But if you're going to do the work, join a business where apprenticeship matters. Warren Buffett went and tried to work for Benjamin Graham straight out of school to learn how to be a value investor, and he offered to work for free, and Ben Graham said, you're overpriced. It's true in that these apprenticeship businesses, you're probably making a sacrifice in terms of short-term career to work there. But try to learn something where people haven't quite figured out how to teach it yet. And that can happen if you're working in a field that is brand new and quickly expanding, so no one has figured it out, or it's a field that's very circumstantial where the details really matter and it's always moving. For example, fund investments or investing in general is one of those skills. Entrepreneurship is one of those skills. One of the most coveted jobs that's come up in Silicon Valley in the last half decade or so is being a chief of staff for an entrepreneur, where the brightest young kids will follow the CEO or the entrepreneur around and do whatever that person needs them to do. And in many cases, they're way overqualified for the position. You may have someone who has 2 graduate degrees who is essentially running the CEO's laundry for that day because that's the most important thing that needs to be done. But at the same time, they're also going to be sitting in all the highest end staff meetings. They're going to be privy to all the venture fundraising decks and all the stress and drama, theatrics, innovation, and knowledge that can only come from being next to the entrepreneur. Because the entrepreneur is willing to do anything and everything to make their company successful, and the chief of staff is accompanying them and learning. Now, obviously, this is very Silicon Valley-centric tech company advice. If you are currently stuck in a normal job, and you don't have the opportunity to learn in an apprenticeship model, and you need to make money, then go ahead and do that job. But even within the context of that job, try to be innovative, sign up to take on new challenges, new responsibilities, find the part of the job that has the steepest learning curve. What you're really trying to avoid is repetitive drudgery. Repetitive drudgery doesn't serve anybody. Then you're essentially just counting the time until your job is automated away. Even if you're a barista at the coffee shop, try to figure out how to make connections with the customers. Try to figure out how to innovate on what you're offering them on your basic service to delight the customer. And what will happen is managers, founders, owners, they notice. The hardest thing for any founder is to find people who will work with them who have founder mentality. And that's just a fancy way of saying they care enough. And what most people will say, well, I'm not the founder, I'm not being paid enough to care. Actually, you are. The knowledge and the skills that you gain by having founder mentality set you up to be a founder down the line, and it pays you in that sense. You can get a lot out of almost any position. You just have to put a lot into it.
If I'm working a job and I want to figure out if I should get accountability, judgment, specific knowledge, leverage, it sounds like you're saying the one thing to optimize for is specific knowledge out of all those things if you can.
Judgment takes experience, takes a lot of time to build up. You have to put yourself in positions where you can exercise judgment that will come from taking on accountability. Leverage is something that society gives you much later once you've demonstrated your judgment, unless you learn a code or you become good with media. And these are permissionless leverage. Leverage kind of comes later, judgment comes later. Accountability you can take on immediately.
都在学习你吗？学毛啊，写。Accomplishment. Props and props. effort, approximate, trade, or effort. Physical or mental activity needed to achieve something. Physical or mental activity needed to achieve something. Physical or mental activity physically needed to achieve something. If we could all make effort to keep this neater, it would help. Make the effort. You can't expect to have any friends if you don't make the effort with people. In someone's effort to in their efforts to reduce crime, the government expanded the police force. Or something that accomplishment trait presumption trait sign to write your name usually on a written or printed document to show that you agree. To write your name usually to write your name usually on to write your name sign right. Pronunciation and engaged having formed agreed to marry having formally agreed to marry and marriage engaged having formed agreed to marry having formed formal official public or official relating to the profession public or official Public or official. Formal. Formal procedures or formal announcement. Engaged. Having formally agreed to marry. Debbie and Christy had just got engaged. She was engaged to some guys in the army. She was engaged. She was married to some guy. Into some guy in there. She was engaged. She was engaged to some guy in the army. They are engaged to be married in June. Don't say anything until you read this small print. To give an order or information or make request. Use the order. Waiter. Direction. Formal direction. Warning. Direction. They progression toward which someone or something. The progression toward which someone or something moves or face. The progression toward which someone or something. No. Go that way. It said pointer in the opposite direction. He was going in the direction of the barrel. The progression toward which someone or something moves or faces. Ness. Direction. Progression toward. The progression toward which someone or something moves or faces. Warning. Something. Warning. Something that makes you understand that is possible danger. Probably especially in the future. Especially in the future. Okay. A red sign, a road sign, a store sign. Curve.
Say, hey, I'll take charge of this thing that nobody wants to take charge of. So accountability is where you can step up, but then you're publicly putting your neck on the chopping block. so you have to deliver. Specific knowledge gets built up by taking on accountability for things that other people don't know how to do, and that perhaps you enjoy doing or you're naturally inclined towards doing. You could be working in a factory, and it may turn out that the hardest thing in the factory is knowing how to raise capital to keep the factory running. And that's what the owner of the factory is always stressed out about. And if you notice this and you're like, I'm good at balancing my checkbook and I have a good head for numbers, and I'm good at watching money, but I haven't really raised money before, you offer your help and become the owner's sidekick in that regard. You help solve their biggest problem. You'll become the heir apparent. Early on, find things where you have any interest and take on accountability. Don't worry about short-term compensation. If you dive into the edge of knowledge, which nobody knows how to solve, and you solve the hard problems taking on accountability, people will line up behind you. The leverage will come.
There were a couple other related tweets to this topic from the cutting room floor that I'll read out. First, the technology industry is a great place to acquire specific knowledge. The frontier is always moving forward. If you are genuinely intellectually curious, you will acquire the knowledge ahead of others.
Real technology is around us everywhere. The spoon was technology once. Fire was technology once. But once we figured out how to make it work, it disappeared in the background and became part of our everyday lives. So technology is by definition the intellectual frontier. It's taking the things that are recent from science or from culture that we have not yet figured out how to mass produce. And it's figuring out how to commercialize it, how to make it available to everybody. So technology will always be where you can pick up specific knowledge that's valuable to society that doesn't quite understand yet. For example, if I become a world-class expert in machine learning, just when machine learning is starting to take off, and I got there through my genuine intellectual interest and I bet my career on it, I'm going to do really well. But 20 years from now, machine learning may be second hat. There are also timeless forms of specific knowledge. For example, if you're good at persuading people, it's probably a skill that you picked up early on in life. It's always going to apply because persuading people is always going to be valuable. This is one of those skills that's generic. It probably alone is not enough to build a career on. It needs to be combined, a skill stack. You might combine persuasion with accounting, combined with understanding, for example, semiconductor production lines, and now all of a sudden you're the best semiconductor salesperson that becomes the best semiconductor company CEO. There are timeless specific knowledge skills. Those are skills I would say that can pretty much never be taught. And then there are timely specific knowledge skills which come and go, but even those tend to have fairly long shelf lives of a decade or 2 decades or 3 decades. So technology is a good place to find those specific skill sets. And if you can bring in a more generic specialized knowledge skill sets.
The other tweet from the cutting room floor was related to accountability in companies. It said, companies don't know how to measure outputs, so they measure inputs instead. Work in a way that your outputs are visible and measurable. If you don't have accountability, do something different.
The entire structure of rewarding people comes from the agricultural and industrial age, where your inputs and your outputs matched up very closely. The amount of hours that you put into doing something was a good, rough proxy for what kind of output you were going to get. Today, it's extremely nonlinear. One good investment decision can make a company $10 or $100 million. One good product feature can be the difference between product market fit and complete failure. So judgment and accountability matter much, much more. And you want the accountability because sometimes the best engineers or the best salespeople are the ones who don't work very hard, but then they'll ship that one critical product at just the right time. Or they'll make that one huge sale or that one huge deal that will make the company or at least make the numbers for the quarter. It's very important that people are able to tell that you had a role in that. That doesn't mean that you stomp all over your team. Humans are extremely sensitive to people who take too much credit. So you do want to be the kind of person that is always giving out credit. But the smart people will know who was responsible. There are jobs where you're not customer facing enough, where you're kind of a cog in a machine, and you sacrifice accountability to some degree. An example is when you're a consultant. As a consultant, often you're giving the best ideas and the best outcome, but it's being delivered through some person who's working within the organization. At that point, you may not have visibility to the top people in the organization, but you may be hidden behind a screen. And that's just a trade-off that you're making in exchange for your independence as a consultant, because you're not willing to play the corporate rat race or the corporate ladder game. realize that with accountability, you can get a lot more credit when things go right. Of course, the downside is you get hurt a lot more when things go wrong. You stick your neck out, you have to be willing to be blamed, sacrificed, and even attacked. So if you're the kind of person that thrives in a high accountability environment, you're naturally also going to end up very thick-skinned over time. You're going to get hurt a lot. People are going to attack you if you fail.
If you're working a job, I think you can apply a lot of the principles of the tweet storm inside the job, like we just discussed, including other ones like partnering with rational optimists. You can find people in the organization who are optimistic and rational, that have energy, integrity, and intelligence. And the flip side of this is that once you get some specific knowledge, one way to scale it is to start training apprentices that you can then outsource some of your tasks to.
For example, I made a bunch of good investments and I figured out a little bit here and there about the venture business. And I could keep doing that. I could keep just investing as an investor. But instead, I co-founded this project called Spearhead, where we train up-and-coming young founders to also become angel and venture investors, and we give them a checkbook. It's an apprenticeship model. They come to us with specific deals that they're looking at, and we help them think through every unique situation. And we basically apprentice them under us to learn the venture business, and it's much more scalable. We have classes and talks where we tell them what we know, and then there are office hours when they actually bring in the deals and they talk to us about specific deals. And it turns out the classes and talks are largely worthless. You can give all the generic advice you need to give in about an hour, and then after that, all the additional advice is so circumstantial that essentially cancels to zero if you try to give it in some top-down fashion. But the office hours are incredibly useful. It just reinforces that this is one of those skills that can only be learned on the job. And when you find a skill that can only be learned on the job by doing it, that is a good indicator that you're dealing with specific knowledge. Another good indicator that you're dealing with specific knowledge is when you ask the person who's doing it, what do you do every day? And they can't give you a straight answer, or it's something along the lines of, well, every day is different based on what's going on. That's a good indicator you're learning specific knowledge. The thing is so complicated and it's so dependent upon circumstances that it can't be boiled down to a textbook form or communicated by a make-money consultant.
The mafia figured out this apprenticeship model a long time ago. The best way to end up running one of the families was to become the driver for the dawn of one of the families.
It's a complicated business. Tony Soprano said, I'm a businessman who has to enforce my own contracts. Very complicated business.
You probably know Naval from his Twitter account, and we're going to be talking about his epic tweet storm on how to get rich without getting lucky. We're going to go through most of the tweets in detail, give Naval a chance to expand on them, and just generally riff on the topic. He'll probably throw in some ideas that he hasn't even published before. You know Naval from his Twitter account. He's also the co-founder of AngelList and Opinions. He's a prolific tech investor in companies like Twitter, Uber, and many more. And I'm the co-founder of AngelList with Naval, and I also co-authored the Venture Hacks blog with him back in the day.
Yeah, the How to Get Rich tweet storm definitely hit a nerve. A lot of people say it was helpful, reach across aisles, and people outside of the tech industry, people in all walks of life. People do want to know how to solve their money problem. And everyone vaguely knows that they want to be wealthy, but they don't have a good set of principles to do it by.
What's the difference between wealth, money, and status?
Wealth is the thing that you really want. Wealth is assets that earn while you sleep. Wealth is the factory that with the robots is cranking out things. Wealth is the computer program that's running at night that's serving other customers. Wealth is even money in the bank that is being reinvested into other assets and into other businesses. Even a house can be a form of wealth because you can rent it out, although that's probably a lower use of productivity of the land than actually doing some commercial enterprise. So my definition of wealth is much more businesses and assets that can earn while you sleep. But really the reason you want wealth is because it buys you freedom. So you don't have to wear a tie like a collar around your neck. So you don't have to wake up at 7 a.m. and rush to work and sit in commute traffic. So you don't have to waste away your entire life grinding all the productive hours into a soulless job that doesn't fulfill you. So the purpose of wealth is freedom. It's nothing more than that. It's not to buy fur coats or drive Ferraris or sail yachts or jet around the world in the Gulf Stream. That stuff gets really boring and really stupid really fast. It's really just so that you are your own sovereign individual. You're not going to get that unless you really want it. And the entire world wants it. And the entire world is working hard at it. And to some extent, it is competitive. It's a positive sum game, but there are competitive elements to it because there's a finite amount of resources right now in society. And to get the resources to do what you want, you have to stand out. Money is how we transfer wealth. Money is social credits. It is the ability to have credits and debits of other people's time. If I do my job right, if I create value for society, society says, oh, thank you, we owe you something in the future for the work that you did in the past. Here's a little IOU, let's call that money. And that money gets debased because people steal the IOUs, the government prints extra IOUs, people renege on their IOUs. But really what money is trying to be is it's trying to be a reliable IOU from society that you are owed something for something you or someone who gave you the money did in the past. And we can transfer these IOUs around. So really money is how we transfer wealth. There are fundamentally two huge games in life that people play. One is the money game, because money is not going to solve all your problems, but it's going to solve all your money problems. So I think that people know that. They realize that, so they want to make money.
Why?
But at the same time, many of them deep down believe that they can't make it. They don't want any wealth creation to happen. So they sort of virtue signal by attacking the whole enterprise by saying, well, making money is evil and you shouldn't do it, blah, blah, blah. But what they're trying to do is they're actually playing the other game, which is a status game. They're trying to be high status in the eyes of other people watching by saying, well, I don't need money, we don't want money. And then status is just your ranking in the social hierarchy. So wealth is not a zero-sum game. Everybody in the world can have a house. Because you have a house doesn't take away from my ability to have a house. If anything, the more houses that are built, the easier it becomes to build houses, the more we know about building houses, and just the more people that can have houses. So wealth is a very positive sum game. We create things together. We're starting this endeavor to create this, hopefully, piece of art that explains what we're doing. At the end of it, something brand new will be created. It's a positive sum game. Status, on the other hand, is a zero-sum game. It's a very old game. We've been playing it since monkey tribes, and it's hierarchical. Who's number one, who's number two, who's number three. And for number three to move to number two has to move out of that slot. So status is a zero-sum game. Politics is an example of a status game. Even sports is an example of a status game. To be the winner, there must be a loser. I don't fundamentally love status games. They play an important role in our society, so we figure out who's in charge, but fundamentally, you play them because they're a necessary evil. The problem is, on an evolutionary basis, like if you go back thousands of years, status is a much better predictor of survival than wealth is. You couldn't have wealth before the farming age, before farmers, because you couldn't store things. Hunter-gatherers carried everything on their backs. So hunter-gatherers lived entirely in status-based societies. Farmers started going to wealth-based societies, and the modern industrial economies are much more heavily wealth-based societies. But there's always a subtle competition going on between status and wealth. For example, when journalists attack rich people or attack the technology industry, they're really bidding for status. They're saying, no, the people are more important, and I, the journalist, represent the people, and therefore I am more important. The problem is that by playing these status games, to win at a status game, you have to put somebody else down. That's why you should avoid status games in your life, because they make you into an angry, combative person. You're always fighting to put other people down, to put yourself and the people that you like up. And they're always going to exist, there's no way around it. But just realize that most of the time, when you're trying to create wealth, you're actually getting attacked by someone else, and they're trying to look like a goody two-shoes, but really what they're doing is they're trying to up their own status at your expense. They're just playing a different game, and it's a worse game. It's a zero-sum game instead of a positive-sum game. Yeah, I think there's this notion that making money is evil, right? It's like rooted all the way back down to money is the root of all evil. People think that the bankers steal our money. And, it's somewhat true in that in a lot of the world, there's a lot of theft going on all the time. The history of the world, in some sense, is this predator-prey relationship between makers and takers. There are people who go out and create things and build things and work hard on things, and then there are people who come along and think with a sword or a gun or taxes or crony capitalism or communism or what have you. There's all these different methods to steal. Even in nature, there are more parasites than there are non-parasitical organisms. You have a ton of parasites in you who are living off of you, and the better ones are symbiotic and giving something back, but there are a lot that are just taking. That's just the nature of how any complex system is built. But what I am basically focused on is true wealth creation. It's not about taking money, it's not about taking something from somebody else, but it's from creating abundance. Obviously, there's not a finite number of jobs or a finite amount of wealth. Otherwise, we would still be sitting around in caves, figuring out how to divide up pieces of firewood and, the occasional dead deer. So most of the wealth in civilization, in fact, not most, basically all of it has been created. And it got created from somewhere. It got created from people. It got created from technology, it got created from productivity, it got created from hard work. So this idea that it's stolen is, I think, this horrible zero-sum game that people who are trying to gain status play. But the reality is everyone can be rich. And we can see that by seeing that in the first world, everyone is basically richer than almost anyone who was alive 200 years ago. 200 years ago, nobody had antibiotics, nobody had cars, nobody had electricity, nobody had the iPhone. So all of these things are inventions that have made us wealthier as a species. Today, I would rather be a poor person in a first world country than be a rich person in Louis XIV's France. I'd rather be a poor person today than an aristocrat back then. And that's just because of wealth creation. The engine of technology is science that is applied for the purpose of creating abundance. So I think fundamentally everybody can be wealthy. And the thought experiment I want you to think through is, imagine if everybody had the knowledge of a good software engineer and a good hardware engineer. If you could go out there and you could build robots and computers and bridges and program them. Let's say every human knew how to do that. What do you think society would look like in 20 years? My guess is what would happen is we would build robots, machines, software, and hardware to do everything, and we would all be living in massive abundance. We would essentially be retired in the sense that none of us would have to work for any of the basics. We'd even have robotic nurses. We'd have machine-driven hospitals. We'd have self-driving cars. We'd have farms that are 100% automated. We'd have clean energy. So at that point, we could use the technology breakthroughs to get everything that we wanted. And if anyone is still working at that point, they're working as a form of expressing their creativity. They're working because it's in them to contribute and to build and design things. So I don't think capitalism is evil. Capitalism is actually good. It's just that it gets hijacked. It gets hijacked by improper pricing of externalities. It gets hijacked by improper deals where that you basically have corruption or you have monopolies. Overall, capitalism is intrinsic to the human species. Capitalism is not something we invented. Capitalism is not even something we discovered. It is innate to us in every exchange that we have. When you and I exchange information, I want some information back from you, I give you information, you give me information. If we weren't having a good information exchange, you go talk to somebody else. So the notion of exchange and keeping track of credits and debits, this is built into us as flexible social animals. We are the only animals in the animal kingdom that cooperate across genetic boundaries. Most animals don't even cooperate, but when they do, they cooperate only in packs where they co-evolve together and they share blood, so they have some shared interest. Humans don't have that. I can cooperate with you guys. One of you is a Serbian, the other one is a Persian by origin, I'm Indian by origin. We have very little blood in common, basically none. But we still cooperate. And what lets us cooperate? It's because we can keep track of debits and credits, who put in how much work, who contributed how much. That's all free market capitalism is. So I strongly believe that it is innate to the human species, and we are going to create more and more wealth and abundance for everybody. Everybody can be wealthy, everybody can be retired, everybody can be successful. It is merely a question of education and desire. You have to want it. If you don't want it, that's fine, then you opt out of the game. But don't try and put down the people who are playing the game, because that's the game that keeps you in a comfortable, warm bed at night. That's the game that keeps a roof over your head. That's a game that keeps your supermarket stocked. That's the game that keeps the iPhone buzzing in your pocket. So it is a beautiful game that is worth playing ethically, rationally, morally, socially for the human race. And it's going to continue to make us all richer and richer until we have massive wealth creation for anybody who wants it.
And it's not just individuals secretly despising wealth, right? There's countries, groups, political parties that overtly despise wealth, or at least seem to.
That's right. And so what those countries, political parties, and groups are reduced to playing the zero-sum game of status. And in the process to destroy wealth creation, they drag everybody down to their level, which is why the U.S. is a very popular country for immigrants, because it's the American dream. Anyone can come here pretty poor and then work really hard and make money and get wealthy, but even just make some basic money for their life. Obviously, the definition of wealth is different for different people. A first world citizen's definition of wealth might be, oh, I have to make millions of dollars and I'm completely done. Whereas to a third world poor immigrant just entering the country, and we were poor immigrants who came here when I was fairly young to the United States, wealth may just be a much lower number. It may just be like, I don't have to work a manual labor job for the rest of my life that I don't want to work. But groups that despise it will essentially bring the entire group down to that level. If you get too many takers and not enough makers, society falls apart. You end up with a communist country. Look at Venezuela, right? They were so busy taking and dividing and reallocating that people are literally starving in the streets and losing kilograms of body weight every year just through sheer starvation. Another way to think about it is imagine an organism that has too many parasites. You actually need some small number of parasites to stay healthy, and you need a lot of symbiotes, like all the mitochondria in all of our cells that help us respirate and burn oxygen. These are symbiotes that help us survive. We can survive without them. But to me, those are partners in the wealth creation that creates the human body. But if you just were filled with parasites, if you got infected with worms or a virus or bacteria that were purely parasitical, you would die. So any organism can only withstand a small number of parasites. And when the parasitic element gets too far out of control, you die. So, that again, I'm talking about ethical wealth creation. I'm not talking about monopolies. I'm not talking about crony capitalism. I'm not talking about mispriced externalities like the environment. I'm talking about free minds and free markets, small scale exchange between humans that's voluntary and doesn't have an outsized impact on others. But I think that kind of wealth creation, if a society does not respect it, if a group does not respect it, that society will plunge into ruin and darkness. In that field when other people who aren't attuned to it won't notice. So you become sensitive to luck, and that's through skill and knowledge and work. And then the last kind of luck is the weirdest, hardest kind, but that's what we want to talk about, which is where you build a unique character, a unique brand, a unique mindset, where then luck finds you. For example, let's say that you're the best person in the world at deep sea underwater diving, and you're known to take on deep sea underwater dives that nobody else will even attempt to dare. And then by sheer luck, somebody finds a sunken treasure ship off the coast they can't get at. Well, their luck just became your luck, because they're going to come to you to get that treasure and you're going to get paid for it. Now that's an extreme example, but it's just showing how the person who got lucky by finding the treasure chest, that was blind luck. But them coming to you and asking you to extract it and having to give you half, that's not luck. You've kind of created your own luck. You've put yourself in a position to be able to capitalize on that luck, or to attract that luck when nobody else has created that opportunity for themselves. So when we talk about without getting lucky, we want to be deterministic. We don't want to leave it to chance.
Do you want to elaborate a little bit more on the idea that in 1,000 parallel universes you want to get rich in 999 of them? I think some people are going to see that and say that sounds impossible, sounds like it's too good to be true.
No, I don't think it's impossible. I think that you may have to work a little bit harder at it given your starting circumstances. I mean, remember, I started as a poor kid in India, right? So if I can make it, anybody can, in that sense. Now, obviously, I had all my limbs and I had my mental faculties and I did have an education. So there are some prerequisites you can't get past. But if you're listening to this video or podcast, you probably have the requisite means at your disposal, which is a functioning body and a functioning mind. And I've encountered plenty of bad luck along the way. The first little fortune that I made, I instantly lost in the stock market. The second little fortune that I made, or I should have made, I basically got cheated by my business partners. It's only the third time around has been a charm, and even then it has been a slow and steady struggle. And I haven't made money in my life in one giant payout. It's always been a whole bunch of small things kind of piling up. So it's more about consistently creating wealth by creating businesses and creating opportunities and creating investments. It hasn't been like a giant one-off thing. My personal wealth has not been generated by one big year. It just sort of stacks up little bit chips at a time. More options, more businesses, more investments, more things I can do. Same way, someone like Adinad Ilacertus, he's building his brand online, he's building videos. It's not like any one video is going to suddenly shower him with riches overnight. It's going to be a long lifetime of learning, of reading, of creating, that's just going to compound. So we're talking about getting wealthy so you can retire, so you have your freedom. Not retire in the sense that you don't do anything, but in the sense that you don't have to be any place you don't want to be, you don't have to do anything you don't want to do, and you can wake up when you want, you can sleep when you want, you don't have a boss. That's freedom. So we're talking about enough wealth to get to freedom. And especially thanks to the internet these days, those opportunities are massively abundant. I, in fact, have too many ways to make money. I don't have enough time. I literally have opportunities pouring out of my ears, and the thing I keep running out of is time. There's just so many ways to create wealth, to create products, to create businesses, to create opportunities, and to, as a byproduct, get paid by society that I just can't even handle it all.
I think it's pretty interesting that the first three kinds of luck that you described, there are very common cliches for them that everybody knows. And then for that last kind of luck that comes to you out of the unique way that you act, there's no real cliche for it. So for the first three kinds, there's dumb luck or blind luck. That's the first kind of luck. The second kind of luck, there's the cliche that fortune favors the bold. That's a person who gets lucky just by stirring the pot and acting. The third kind of luck, people say that chance favors the prepared mind. But for the fourth kind of luck, there is not really a common cliche out there that matches the unique character of your action, which I think is interesting and perhaps an opportunity. And it also just shows that people aren't necessarily taking advantage of that kind of luck the way they should be.
I think also at that point, it starts becoming so deterministic that it stops being luck. So the definition starts fading from luck to more destiny. So I would characterize that fourth one is you build your character in a certain way, and then your character becomes your destiny. One of the things I think that is important to making money, you want the kind of reputation that makes people do deals through you. You know, I use the example of like, if you're a great diver, then treasure hunters will come and give you a piece of the treasure for your diving skills. If you're a trusted, reliable, high integrity, long-term thinking deal maker, then when other people want to do deals, but they don't know how to do them in a trustworthy manner with strangers, they will literally approach you and give you a cut of the deal or offer you a unique deal just because of the integrity and reputation that you've built up. Warren Buffett, he gets offered deals and he gets to buy companies and he gets to buy warrants and bail out banks and do things that other people can't do because of his reputation. But of course, that's fragile. It has accountability on the line. It has a strong brand on the line. And as we will talk about later, that comes with accountability attached. But I would say your character, your reputation, these are things that you can build that then will let you take out advantages of opportunities that other people may characterize as lucky, but you know that it wasn't luck.
You said that this fourth kind of luck is more or less a destiny. There's a quote from that original book that was in Mark's blog post from Benjamin Disraeli, who I think was the former Prime Minister of the UK. The quote to describe this kind of luck was, "We make our fortunes and we call them fate." There were a couple other interesting things about this kind of luck that were mentioned in the blog post. I think it'll be good for the listeners to hear about, is that this fourth kind of luck can almost come out of eccentric ways that you do your things, and that eccentricity is not necessarily a bad thing in this case. In fact, it's a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely, because the world is a very efficient place. So everyone has dug through all the obvious places to dig. And so to find something that's new and novel and uncovered, it helps to be operating on a frontier, where right there you have to be a little eccentric to be out on the frontier by yourself. And then you just have to be willing to dig deeper than other people do, deeper than seems irrational just because you're interested.
Yeah, the two quotes that I've seen that express this kind of luck, in addition to that Benjamin Disraeli one, are this one from Sam Altman where he said, "Extreme people get extreme results." I think that's pretty nice. And then there's this other one from Jeffrey Pfeffer, who's a professor at Stanford, that you can't be normal and expect abnormal returns. I've always enjoyed that one too.
Yeah, and the one quote that I like, which is the exact opposite of that, is play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Right? A lot of people spend a lot of their time playing social games, like on Twitter, where you're just trying to improve your social standing, and you basically win stupid social prizes, which are worthless.
I guess the last thing that I have from this blog post is just the idea that by pursuing these kinds of luck, especially the last one, basically everything but dumb luck, by pursuing them, you essentially run out of unluck. So if you just keep stirring the pot and stirring the pot, that alone, you will run out of unluck.
Yeah, or it could just be a reversion to the mean, right? So then you at least neutralize luck so that it's your own talents that come into play.
Whatever can work for an entire year, and every piece of code they ship ends up not getting used. Customers don't want it. That is an example of a profession where the input and the outputs are highly disconnected. It's not based on the number of hours that you put in. Whereas on the extreme other end, if you're a lumberjack, even the best lumberjack in the world, assuming they're not working with tools, so the inputs and outputs are pretty connected, they're just using an axe or a saw, the best lumberjack in the world may be like 3x better than one of the worst lumberjacks, right? It's not going to be a gigantic difference. So you want to look for professions and careers where the inputs and the outputs are highly disconnected. This is another way of saying that you want to look for things that are leveraged. And by leverage, I don't mean financial leverage alone like Wall Street uses, and that has a bad name. I'm just talking about tools. We're using tools. Computer is a tool that software engineers use. If I'm a lumberjack with bulldozers and automatic robot axes and saws, I'm going to be using tools and have more leverage than someone who's just using his bare hands and trying to rip the trees out by their roots. Tools and leverage are what create this disconnection between inputs and outputs. Creativity, so the higher the creativity component of a profession, the more likely it is to have disconnected inputs and outputs. So I think that if you're looking at professions where your inputs and your outputs are highly connected, it's going to be very, very, very hard to create wealth and make wealth for yourself in that process.
Any other big things you should avoid other than renting out your time?
Yeah, there are two tweets that I put out that are related. So the first one I was talking about, we were talking about like how your lifestyle, has to upgrade, shouldn't get upgraded too fast. And that one basically said, people who are living far below their means enjoy a freedom that people busy upgrading their lifestyles just can't fathom. And I think that's very important, like just to not upgrade your lifestyle all the time to maintain your freedom. And it just gives you freedom of operation. You basically, once you make a little bit of money, you still want to be living like your old self so that just the worry goes away. So don't run out to upgrade that house and lifestyle and all that stuff. Let's say you're going to get $1,000 an hour. The problem is that when you go into a work lifestyle like that, you don't just suddenly go from making $20 an hour to making $1,000 an hour. That's a progression over a long career. And as that happens, one subtle problem is that you upgrade your lifestyle as you make more and more money. And that upgrading of the lifestyle kind of ups what you consider to be wealth, and you stay in this wage slave trap. So I forget who said it, maybe it was Nassim Taleb, but he said, the most dangerous things are heroin and a monthly salary, right? Because they're highly addictive. The way you want to get wealthy is you want to be poor and working and working and working. And this is, for example, how the tech industry works, where you don't make any money for 10 years, and then suddenly in year 11, you might have a giant payday, which is, by the way, one reason why these very high marginal tax rates for the so-called wealthy are flawed, because the highest risk-taking, most creative professions, you literally lose money for a decade of your life while you take massive risk and you bleed and bleed and bleed. And then suddenly in year 11 or year 15, you might have one single big payday. But then, of course, Uncle Sam show up and basically say, hey, you know what? You just made a lot of money this year, therefore you're rich, therefore you're evil, and you got to hand it all over to us. So it just destroys those kinds of creative risk-taking professions. But ideally, you want to make your money in discrete lumps separated over long periods of time so that your own lifestyle does not have a chance to adapt quickly, and then you can basically say, okay, now I'm done, now I'm retired, now I'm free. I'm still going to work because you got to do something with your life, but I'm going to work on only the things that I want when I want, and it's going to be much more creative expression and much less about money.
You're not going to get rich renting out your time, but you say that you will get rich by giving society what it wants, but does not yet know how to get at scale.
That's right. So essentially, as we talked about before, money is IOUs from society saying, you did something good in the past, now here's something that we owe you for the future. And so society will pay you for creating things that it wants. But society doesn't yet know how to create those things. Because if it did, they would need you, they would already be stamped out big time. Almost everything in your house, in your workplace, used to be technology at one point in time. There was a time when oil was technology that made J.B. Rockefeller rich. There was a time when cars were technology that made Henry Ford rich. So technology is just a set of things, as Alan Kay said, that don't quite work yet. Once something works, it's no longer technology. So society always wants new things. And if you want to be wealthy, you want to figure out which one of those things you can provide for society that it does not yet know how to get, but it will want. It's natural to you within your skill set, within your capabilities. And then you have to figure out how to scale it. Because if you just build one of it, that's not enough. You got to build thousands or hundreds of thousands or millions or billions of them. So everybody can have one. Steve Jobs and his team, of course, figured out that society would want smartphones, computer in their pocket that had all the phone capabilities times 100 and be easy to use. So they figured out how to build that, and then they figured out how to scale it, and then they figured out how to get one into every first world citizen's pocket, and eventually every third world citizen too. And so because of that, they're handsomely rewarded, and Apple is the most valuable company in the world.
The way I tried to put it was that the entrepreneur's job is to try to bring the high end to the mass market.
It starts as high end. First, it starts as an act of creativity. First, you create it just because you want it. You want it, and you know how to build it, and you need it. And so you build it for yourself. Then you figure out how to get it to other people, and then for a little while, rich people have it. Like, for example, rich people had chauffeurs, and then they had black town cars, and then Uber came along, and everyone's private driver was available to everybody. And now you can even see Uber pools that are replacing shuttle buses because it's just more convenient. And then you get scooters, which are even further down market of that. So you're right, it's about distributing what rich people used to have to everybody. But the entrepreneur's job starts even before that, which is creation. Entrepreneurship is essentially an act of creating something new from scratch, predicting that society will want it.
Oh, 行行行。
Kids and raising children, like that's compound interest, right? Investing in those relationships end up being invaluable compared to more casual relationships. It's true in health and fitness. You know, the fitter you are, the easier it is to stay fit. Whereas the more you deteriorate your body, the harder it is to come back and claw your way back to a baseline. It requires heroic acts.
Regarding compound interest, I think I saw you retweet something a while back. Maybe it was from Ed Lattimore. It was something along the lines of get some traction, get purchase, and don't lose it. So the idea was to gain some initial traction and never fall back, just keep ratcheting up and up.
I don't remember it exactly, but I think that was right. Yeah, it was like get traction and don't let go. It was a good one, yeah. In terms of pick people to work with that have high intelligence, high energy, and high integrity, I find that's the three-part checklist that you cannot compromise on. You need someone who's smart, or they're heading in the wrong direction, and you're not going to end up in the right place. You need someone high energy because the world is full of smart, lazy people. We all know people in our lives who are really smart, but can't get out of bed or lift a finger. And we also know people who are very high energy, but not that smart. So they work hard, but they're sort of running in the wrong direction. And smart, it's not a pejorative. It's not meant to be like someone's smart, someone else is stupid, but it's more that everyone's smart at different things. So depending on what you want to do well, you have to find someone who's smart at that thing. And then energy, a lot of times people are unmotivated for a specific thing, but they're not motivated for other things. So for example, someone might be really unmotivated to go to a job and sit in an office, but they might be really motivated to go paint, right? Well, in that case, they should be a painter. They should be putting art up on the internet, trying to figure out how to build a career out of that, rather than wearing a collar around their neck and going to a dreary job. And then high integrity is the most important, because otherwise, you got the other two, what you have is you have a smart and hardworking crook who's eventually going to cheat you. So you have to figure out if the person's high integrity, and as we talked about, the way you do that is through signals, and signals is what they do, not what they say. It's all the nonverbal stuff that people do when they think nobody's looking.
With respect to the energy, there was this interesting thing from Sam Altman a while back where he was talking about delegation, and he was saying one of the important things for delegation is delegate to people who are actually good at the thing that you want them to do. It's the most obvious thing, but it seems like you want to partner with people who are naturally going to do the things that you want them to do.
Yeah, I almost won't start a company or hire a person or work with somebody if I just don't think they're into what I want them to do. When I was younger, I used to try and talk people into things. That was this idea that you can sell someone into doing something, but you can't. You can't keep them motivated. You can get them inspired initially. It might work if you're a king like Henry V and you're trying to get them to just charge into battle, and then they'll figure it out. But if you're trying to keep someone motivated for the long term, that motivation has to come intrinsically. You can't just create it, nor can you be the crutch for them if they don't have that intrinsic motivation. So you have to make sure people actually are high energy and want to do what you want them to do or what you want to work with them. reading signals is very, very important. Signals are what people do despite what they say. So it's important to pay attention to subtle signals. We all know this socially. If someone treats a waiter or waitress in a restaurant really badly, then it's only a matter of time until they treat you badly. If somebody screws over an enemy and is vindictive towards them, well, it's only a matter of time before they redefine you from friend to enemy and you feel their wrath. So angry, outraged, vindictive, short-term thinking people are essentially that way in many interactions.
Okay, let me see. Insane. You said singular. The measurement from the top. The measurement from the measurement from the top of your inner leg to your ankle to your ankle. Inner ankle to your ankle to your ankle. The measurement from the top of your inner measurement from inner. The measurement from the top of your inner leg to your ankle means to ankle. The measurement from the top of your inner leg to your ankle. The measurement from the top of your inner leg to your ankle. The measurement from the top of your inner leg to your ankle. The measurement from the top. The measurement from the top of your inner leg to your ankle. The measurement from the top of your inner. The measurement from the top of your inner leg to your ankle. The measurement from the top of your inner. The measurement from the top of your inner leg to your ankle. The measurement from the top of your inner leg to your ankle. The measurement from the top of your the measurement from the top of your inner. The measurement from the top of your inner. The measurement from the top of your inner leg to your ankle. The measurement from the top of your inner leg to your ankle. The fashion retainers. The fashion retailers clothe. The fashion retainer. The fashion retainer. The fashion retainers. 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 The fashion retainers clothe Adam's range inside from 0 to 17 with pants insane length of up to 77 in. The fashion retainers clothe items. The fashion retainers clothe items range inside from 0 to 17 with pants in same length of up to 17 in. Okay, the fashion retainers clothe items range inside from 0 to 0 to 17 with pants in same length. Of up to 37 up to 37 in. The fashion retainers clothing. The fashion retainers clothe 8 hands. The fashion retainers clothe retain. The fashion retainers clothe 8 hands and range in size from 0 to. The fashion retainers clothe 8 items range in size from 0 to 17 with pants in same length up to 7 to 3 to 30 to 37 in size from 0 to 17 in size from 0 to 17 with pant to in size from 0 to 17 in size from 0 to 17 inside from 0 to 17 inside from 0 to 17 with pants in same length of up to 37. The fashion retainers clothing. The fashion retainers clothing. The fashion retailers clothe items. The fashion retailers items. The fashion retailers clothe items range in size from 0 to. The fashion retailers clothing items range in size in size. Item range in size. Item range inside from 0 to 17 with pants in same length up to 7 to 37. The fashion retailers clothe in item range inside from inside range from 0 to 17 from 0 to 17 with pants in same length up to 37. Okay, the fashion retailer clothing items range inside from 0 to 17 from 0 to 17 with pants in same with pants of up to in same hand. Lengths. Okay, in size, range in size 10 inches from 0 to 17 with pants inside. Okay, the fashion retainers clothing. The fashion retainers clothing. The fashion retainers with clothing. Okay, the fashion retainers clothing. The fashion retainers clothing items. Retainers clothing. Yeah. The fashion retainers clothing in items range in size from 0 to 17 with pants in same length of up to 37 inch. 17. Okay. She has the fashion retainers clothing the items range in size from 0 to 17 with pants in same length of up to 37 inch. She has a 39 inch. She has a 39 inch inseam, and she wears a men's size, and she was men's size 14 shoes. That's shoes. Okay, she had the 39 inch inseam. She has a 39 inch inseam. She had a 30 inch inseam, and she wears a men's size. She had a 39 inch. She had a 39 inch inseam. She had a 39 inch. She had a 39 inch inseam. She has a 39 inch inseam. She had a 39 inch inseam, and she wears a men's size, and she wears a men's size 14 shoes. Men's size 14 shoes, and she wears a men's size 14 shoes. She had the 39. She had a 39 inch. She has 39-inch inseam, and she wears a men's size 14 shoes. She wears a men's size 14 shoes. Okay, yeah, right. She had the 39-inch inseam, and she wears a men's size, and she wears a men's size 4, and she wears a men's size a men's size 40 shoes. 40 shoes. And she had a 39-inch inseam, and she wears a men's size 14 shoes. The young of interest. The young man of interest will wrap. The young man of interest will wrap his neck heavily in some type of cloth. All our way to the inseam. To the inseam. The young man of interest will. The young man of interest. The young man of interest. The young man of interest will wrap. The young man of interest will wrap his neck heavily in some type of cloth all the way to the inseam. The young man of interest will wrap his neck heavily in some type of cloth all the way to the inseam. However, no. The young man of interest will wrap. The young man of interest will wrap his neck heavily in some type of cloth all the way to the inseam. The young man of interest will wrap. The young man of interest will wrap his neck heavily in some type of cloth all the way to the inseam. The young man of interest will wrap. The young man of interest will wrap his neck heavily. In some type of clothes. In some type of clothes all the way. In some type of clothes. In some type of clothes all the way. In some type of clothes all the way to the inseam. The young man of interest will wrap his neck heavily. In some type wrap his neck heavily. The young man of interest will wrap. The young man of interest will wrap his neck heavily. His neck heavily in some type of clothes. In some type of clothes all the way to the inseam. The young man of interest Okay, the young man of interest will wrap his neck heavily out in some type of clothes. Okay, the young man of interest will wrap his neck heavily in some type of clothes. In some type of clothes all the way to the insane. The young man of interest will wrap his neck heavily in some type of clothes all the way to the insane. The young man of interest will wrap his neck heavily in some type of clothes all the way to the insane. However, the new system made the cylinder head. However, the new system made the cylinder head, and the riders in same were hot, New system made this circle here. However, the new system made this cylinder head, and the runners in same were hot, However, the new system made the cylinder head. However, the new system made the cylinder head, and the runners in same were hot. However, the new system made the cylinder head, and the runners in same were hot. However, the new system made the cylinder head, and the riders in same, and the rider in same were hot. No, it's hot. We're hot. riders insane. However, the new system made the cylinder head and the riders insane were hurt. This is evidence. This is evidence. This is evidence. This is evidenced by the three in same size and large variety. I've watched offered. This is evident. This is evidenced. This is evidenced by the three in same size. This is evidenced by the three in same size and nudge. Okay, change. Inside and different things. And a wash offered and a wash offered in the offer. I was offered your job. Offered to give. Or going to get. This is evidenced by the three in same size. This is evidenced by the three. This is evidenced by the three in same size. By the three in same size. This is evidenced by the three in same size. Okay, this is evidenced by the in same three size. By the three in same size. This is evidenced by the three in same size. Okay. This is evidenced by the three in same size and large variety and large variety of wash and variety and large variety and large washed and large variety I've watched offered and large variety and large variety I've watched offered. And large variety and large variety I've watched offered. This is the evidence. This is evidenced by the three in same size. This is evidenced by the three in same size and large variety and large variety and large variety I've watched offered. Okay, this is evidenced by the three in same size and large variety and large variety to wash offered. Not a variety of washes offered. Okay, this is evidence. This is evidence. This is evidenced by three. This is evidenced by three. This is evidenced by these three in same size and large variety 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 of washes offered. Washes offered. Washes offered. Washes offered. This is evidence by the evidence, facts, information. Facts, information, documents, and give reason to believe that something is true. Evidence. The evidence is the same. However, this is evidence by this by this three. This is by this large. Was. The large variety by the threesome size and large variety of washed offered. Wow. Evidence. This is evidence. This is evidence that by this threesome same size and large variety of washed offered. This is evidence that by this three same size and large variety of washed offered. This is evidenced by the three same size and large variety of washed offered. However, the new system with the however, just with the head and the wonder is okay, this is evidence. This is evidenced by this. This is evidenced by this three same size and large variety of washed offered. Variety. Change the characteristics. The characteristic of both the characteristic of often changing and being different and being different. The characteristic of often change and being different. The characteristic of often changing and being different. being different. Characteristic of often changing and being different. When planning meals, you need to think about variety and taste as well as natural. When planning meals, you need to think about variety, taste, as well as nutrition. To create genetic variety. Okay, in some sense, the instant decide to counter or influence something direct or to decide what will happen. Okay, the instant determine the instant will determine length. The instant length determined the instant length the terms to counter or influence something directly or to decide what will happen. Okay, the instant length determines the length of the inner pant neck to appropriately fit the to counter or influence something. In a way that is suitable or right for a particular situation or occasion. The instant length determined the instant length determined the length of the inner pant neck to appropriately fit the wearer. The instant length determines to appropriately fit fit they wear. The incidence determines of the inner pant leg to appropriately fit the wear. Okay, the incidence determines the incidence. Okay, the incidence determines the length of the inner pant leg to the length of the inner pant leg to appropriately fit the wear. The length of the inner pant leg to appropriately fit the wear. Okay, the length of the inner pant to appropriately fit the wear. Okay, the incidence determines the length of the inner pant leg to appropriately fit the wear. Okay, I'm right. The incidence determines to the length of the inner pants leg that appropriately fit. The incidence determines the length of the inner pants leg to appropriately fit the wear. Okay, the incidence determines the length of the inner pant leg to appropriately fit the wear. Okay, right. Rest. To cut someone or something. To stop doing or to stop doing a particular activity or stop being activity for a period of time in order to relax and get back your strength. Get back your strength. To stop doing a particular doing a particular activity. To stop doing a particular activity or stop being activity or stop being active for a period of time in order to relax and get back your strength. Okay, or stop doing activity active or stop being active for a period of time. Or stop being active for a period of time in order to relax for a period of time in order to relax and get back and in order to relax. In order to relax. In order to for a period of time, in order to relax and get back your strength, 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 in order to relax. Okay, stop being active. To stop doing a particular activity and or stop being active for a period of time in order to relax and get back your strength. To stop doing a particular doing a particular activity or stop being active for a period of time to relax to relax and get back your strength. In order to relax, stop being active for a period of time in order to relax. To stop doing a particular activity or stop being active for a period of time in order to relax. And get back your strength Okay, to stop doing rest. To stop doing a particular activity or stop being active for a period of time in order to relax and get back your strength. Stop relax. Stop being active for a period of time in order to relax. Okay. Tonight morning. She. To stop doing a particular activity or stop being active for a period of time in order to relax and get back your strength. He looked away from the computer screen to rest his eyes. He looked away from the computer. He looked away from the computer screen. Strength. Murder. No. Screen. What to relax? Screen. He looked away from the He looked away from the computer screen to rest his eyes. He looked away from computer screen to rest his eyes. From the computer screen to rest his eyes. He looked away from the computer screen to rest his eyes. To rest his eyes. He looked away from the computer screen to rest his eyes. He looked away from the computer screen to rest his eyes. He looked away from the computer. He looked away from the computer screen to rest his eyes. He looked away from the computer screen to rest his eyes. He promised. Okay, she promised. She promised. She promised. Promise. She promised that she would not rest until the murder of her son was cut and imprisoned was cut and imprisoned. Of her son was cut and imprisoned. She promised that she promised that she would not rest. She promised that she would not rest. She promised that she would not rest. She promised that she would not rest until the murder of her son. Until the murder of her son. Until the murder of her son was cut and imprisoned. Promised that she would not rest. She promised that she would not rest until the murder of her son. Until the murder of her son was cut and imprisoned. Okay, she promised that. Okay, she promised that she would not rest until the murder of her son was until the murder of her son would not stop looking. Okay. She promised that she would not rest until the murder of her until the murder of her son was caught and imprisoned. Stop looking for. Would not stop looking. Okay, she promised that she would not rest. She promised that she would not rest until the murder of her son was caught and imprisoned. She promised that she would not rest until the murder of her son was caught and imprisoned. Stop would look for. Would not stop looking. Would not stop looking. Someone or something too. Okay, tonight we're leaning on something. Tonight we're leaning on something. Tonight we're leaning on something. Travel. Tonight we're leaning on something. We're to pass something on something else. So that it weight is supported. Tonight we're leaning on something. We're to put something on something else so that it weight is supported. Okay. Tonight we're at something. Tonight we're something. Rest tonight. A. Awesome. Lean. Nostrils. Lean. Press. Lean. Slope in one direction. Slope in one direction. Or to move the top part of the body in a particular direction. In a particular direction. Okay. Special, or this is not any others. Or this and not any other. Or this special. If you want to do a particular type of cause, special, or this and not any or this and not any other. Good. A particular group of people or things that share similar characteristic and form a smaller division of a large set. Snow, lean. Tonight we're lean on something. Or to put something on something. Or to put something on something else. Or to put something on something else. So that its weight is supported. Supported. So that its weight is supported. Tonight, okay. Tonight we're leaning on something. Tonight we're leaning on something. or to put something on something, or to put something on something else, so that its weight, is supported, To lie wording on something, or to put something on something else, so that its weight is supported. She rested her head on my shoulder. Type group. A particular group of people think that they share similar characteristics and form a similar division of another set. Type. Similar group. Similar characteristic can form a similar small organism. Okay, let me see. Shoulder. Body part.
People are oddly consistent. It's one of the things you learn about them. So you want to find long-term people. You want to find people who seem irrationally ethical. For example, I had one friend of mine whose company I invested in, and the company failed, and he could have wiped out all the investors. But he kept putting more and more personal money in. Through 3 different pivots, he put personal money in until the company finally succeeded. And in the process, he never wiped out the investors. And I was always grateful to him for that. I said, like, wow, that's amazing that, you were so good to investors. You didn't wipe them out. And he got offended by that. He said, I didn't do it for you. I didn't do it for my investors. I did it for me. It's my own self-esteem. It's what I care about. That's how I live my life. That's the kind of person you want to work with. Another quote that I like, I have a tweet on this. I think I read this somewhere else recently, so I'm not taking credit for this, but I kind of modified it a little bit, which is that self-esteem is a reputation that you have with yourself. You'll always know. So good people, moral people, ethical people, easy to work with people, reliable people tend to have very high self-esteem because they have very good reputation with themselves and they understand that. It's not ego. Self-esteem and ego are different things, because ego can be undeserved, but self-esteem, at least you feel like you lived up to your own internal moral code of ethics. And so it's very hard to work with people who end up being low integrity. And it's hard to figure out who's high integrity and low integrity. Generally, the more someone is saying that they're moral and ethical and high integrity, the less likely they're to be that way. It's very much like status signaling. If you overtly bid for status, if you overtly talk about being high status, that is a low status move. If you openly talk about how honest and reliable and trustworthy you are, you're probably not that honest and trustworthy. That is a characteristic of con men. So yeah, take an industry in which you can play long-term games with long-term people.
Let's do this last tweet. You said, don't partner with cynics and pessimists. Their beliefs are self-fulfilling.
Yeah, essentially, to create things, you have to be a rational optimist. Rational in the sense that you have to see the world for what it really is, and yet you have to be optimistic about your own capabilities and your ability to get things done. We all know people who are consistently pessimistic, who will shoot down everything. Everyone in their life has like the helpful, critical guy, right? He thinks he's being helpful, but he's actually being critical, and he's a downer on everything. That person will not only never do anything great in their lives, they'll prevent other people around them from doing something great. They think their job is to shoot holes in things. And it's okay to shoot holes in things as long as you come up with a solution. There's also the classic like military line, either lead, follow, or get out of the way. And these people want a fourth option where they don't want to lead, they don't want to follow, but they don't want to get out of the way. They want to tell you why the thing's not going to work. And all the really successful people I know have a very strong action bias. They just do things. The easiest way to figure out if something's viable or not is by doing it. At least do the first step and the second step and the third and then decide. So if you want to be successful in life, creating wealth or having good relationships or being fit or even being happy, you need to have an action bias towards getting what you want. And you have to be optimistic about it. Not irrationally. There's nothing worse than someone who's just like foolhardy and chasing things not work. That's why I say rational optimist. But you have to be rational, know all the pitfalls, know the downsides, but still keep your chin up. I mean, you've got one life on this planet. Why not try to build something big? This is the beauty of Elon Musk and why I think he inspires so many people. It's just because he takes on really, really big, audacious tasks, and he provides an example for people to think big. And it takes a lot of work to build even small things. I don't think the corner grocery store owner is working any less hard than Elon Musk or pouring any less sweat and toil into it. Maybe even more. But for whatever reason, education, circumstance, they didn't get the chance to think as big, so the outcome's not as big. So it's just better to think big, obviously rationally within your means, stay optimistic. The cynics and the pessimists, what they're really saying, and fortunate, but they're basically saying, I've given up. I don't think I can do anything. And so the world to me just looks like a world where nobody can do anything. And so why should you go do something? Because if you fail, then I'm right, which is great. But if you succeed, then you just make me look bad.
Yeah, it's probably better to be an irrational optimist than it is to be a rational cynic.
Yeah, there's a completely rational frame on why you should be an optimist. Historically, if you go back 2,000 years, 5,000 years, 10,000 years, two people are wandering into a jungle, they hear a tiger, one's an optimist and says, oh, it's not headed our way. The other one says, I'm a pessimist, I'm out of here. And the pessimist runs and survives, and the optimist gets eaten. So we're descended from pessimists. We're genetically hardwired to be pessimists. But modern society is far, far safer. There are no tigers wandering down the street. It's very unlikely that you will end up in total ruin, although you should avoid total ruin. Much more likely that the upside is unlimited and the downside is limited. So adapting for modern society means overriding your pessimism and taking slightly irrationally optimistic bets because the upside is unlimited. If you start the next SpaceX or Tesla or Uber, you can make billions of dollars of value for society and for yourself and change the world. And if you fail, what's the big deal? You lost a few $1 million of investor money and they've got plenty more, and that's the bet they take, and the chances that you will succeed. It made sense to be pessimistic in the past. It makes sense to be optimistic today, especially if you're educated and living in a first world country. Even a third world country, actually, think the economic opportunities in third world countries are much larger. The one thing you have to avoid is the risk of ruin. Ruin means stay out of jail. So don't do anything that's illegal. It's never worth it to wear an orange jumpsuit. And stay out of total catastrophic loss. That could mean that you stay out of things that could be physically dangerous, hurt your body. You have to watch your health, and stay out of things that can cause you to lose all of your capital or all of your savings. So don't gamble everything at one go. But you take rationally optimistic bets with big upside.
I think there's people that will try and build up your ideas and build on your ideas, no matter how far-fetched they might seem, and then there are people who will list out all the obvious exceptions, no matter how obvious they are. And fortunately, in the startup world, I don't even really get exposed to the people that are giving you the obvious exceptions and all the reasons it's not going to work. I barely get exposed to that anymore.
That's what Twitter is for. Scott Adams got so annoyed by this, he came with the phrase, an acronym, which is, but of course there are obvious exceptions, BOCTAOE, and he used to pin that acronym at the end of his articles for a while. But Twitter is just overrun with nitpickers. And where it's exactly as you're pointing out, Silicon Valley has learned that the upside is so great that you never look down on the slobby kid who's wearing a hoodie and has coffee on his shoes and just looks like a slob, because you don't know if he's going to be the next Mark Zuckerberg or the next Reid Hoffman. So you got to treat everybody with respect. You got to look up to every possibility and opportunity, because the upside is so unlimited and the downside is so limited in the modern world, especially with financial assets and instruments.
Do you want to talk a little bit about the skills that you need, in particular specific knowledge, accountability, leverage, and judgment? So the first tweet in this area is arm yourself with specific knowledge, accountability, and leverage. And I'll throw in judgment as well. I don't think you covered that in that particular tweet.
If you want to make money, you have to get paid at scale. And why you, that's accountability. At scale, that's leverage. And just you getting paid as opposed to somebody else getting paid, that's specific knowledge. So specific knowledge is probably the hardest thing to get across in this whole tweet storm, and it's probably the thing that people get the most confused about. The thing is that we have this idea that everything can be taught. Everything can be taught in school. And it's not true that everything can be taught. In fact, the most interesting things cannot be taught. But everything can be learned. And very often that learning either comes from some innate characteristics in your DNA, or it could be through your childhood where you learn soft skills, which are very, very hard to teach later on in life, or it's something that is brand new, so nobody else knows how to do it either, or it's true on-the-job training because you're pattern matching into highly complex environments, basically building judgment in a specific domain. Classic example is investing, but it could be in anything. It could be in judgment in running a fleet of trucks. It could be judgment in weather forecasting. So specific knowledge is the knowledge that you care about, especially if you're later in life. Let's say you're post 20, 21, 22. You almost don't get to choose which specific knowledge you have. Rather, you get to look at what you have already built by that point in time, and then you can build on top of it. The first thing to notice about specific knowledge is that you can't be trained for it. If you can be trained for it, if you can go to a class and learn specific knowledge, then somebody else can be trained for it too. And then we can mass produce and mass train people. Heck, we can even program computers to do it, and eventually we can program robots to walk around doing it. So if that's the case, then you're extremely replaceable, and all we have to pay you is the minimum wage that we have to pay you to get you to do it, when there are lots of other takers who can be trained to do it. So really, your returns just devolve into your cost of training plus the return on investment on that training. So you really want to pick up specific knowledge. You need your schooling, you need your training to be able to capitalize on the best specific knowledge, but the part of it that you get paid for is the specific knowledge. For example, someone who goes and gets a degree in psychology and then becomes a salesperson. Well, if they were already a formidable salesperson and had great salesmanship to begin with, then the psychology degree is leverage. It arms them and they do much better at sales. But if they were always an introvert, never very good at sales, and they're trying to use psychology to learn sales, they're just not going to get that great at it. Specific knowledge is found much more by pursuing your innate talents, your genuine curiosity, and your passion. It's not by going to school for whatever is the hottest job. It's not for going into whatever field investors say is the hottest. Very often, specific knowledge is at the edge of knowledge. It's also stuff that's just being figured out or is really hard to figure out. So if you're not 100% into it, somebody else who is 100% into it will outperform you. And they won't just outperform you by a little bit, they'll outperform you by a lot. Because now we're operating the domain of ideas, compound interest really applies and leverage really applies. So if you're operating with 1,000 times leverage and somebody is right 80% of the time and somebody else is right 90% of the time, the person who's right 90% of the time will literally get paid hundreds of times more by the market because of the leverage and because of the compounding factors and being correct. So you really want to make sure you're good at it, so your genuine curiosity is very important. So very often, it's not something you sit down and you reason about. It's more found by observation. You almost have to look back on your own life and see what you're actually good at. For example, I wanted to be a scientist, and that is where a lot of my moral hierarchy comes from. I view scientists sort of at the top of the production chain for humanity, and the group of scientists who have made real breakthroughs and contributions have probably added more to human society, I think, than any single other class of human beings. Not to take away anything from art or politics or engineering or business, but without the science, we'd still be scrabbling in the dirt, fighting with sticks and trying to start fires. My whole value system was built around scientists, and I wanted to be a great scientist. But when I actually look back at what I was uniquely good at and what I ended up spending my time doing, it was more around making money, tinkering with technology, and selling people on things, explaining things, talking to people. So I have some sales skills, which is a form of specific knowledge that I have. I have some analytical skills around how to make money, and I have this ability to absorb data, obsess about it, and break it down, and that is a specific skill that I have. I also just love tinkering with technology, and all of this stuff feels like play to me, but it looks like work to others. So there are other people to whom these things would be hard. They say like, well, how do I get good at being pithy and selling ideas? Well, if you're not already good at it, or if you're not really into it, maybe it's not your thing. Focus on the thing that you are really into. this is ironic, but the first person to actually point out my real specific knowledge was my mother. And she did it as an aside, talking from the kitchen, and she said it when I was like 15 or 16 years old. I was telling a friend of mine that I wanted to be an astrophysicist, and she said, no, you're going to go into business. And I was like, what? My mom's telling me I'm going to be in business? I'm going to be an astrophysicist. Mom doesn't know what she's talking about. But Mom knew exactly what she was talking about. She had already observed that every time we walked down the street, I would critique the local pizza parlor on why they were selling their slices a certain way with certain toppings and why their process of ordering was this way when it should have been that way. So she knew that I was just had more of a business curious mind, but then my obsession with science combined to create technology and technology businesses where I found myself. So very often, your specific knowledge is observed and often observed by other people who know you well and revealed in situations rather than something that you come up with. To the extent that specific knowledge is taught, it's on the job, it's through apprenticeships, and that's why the best businesses, the best careers are the apprenticeship careers, because those are things that society still has not figured out how to train and automate yet. The classic line here is that Warren Buffett went to Benjamin Graham when he got out of school, and Benjamin Graham was the author of The Intelligent Investor and sort of modernized or created value investing as a discipline. And Warren Buffett went to Benjamin Graham and offered to work for him for free. And Graham said, actually, you're overpriced. Free is overpriced. And Graham was absolutely right, that when it comes to a very valuable apprenticeship, like the type that Graham was going to give Buffett, Buffett should have been paying him a lot of money. And that right there tells you that those are skills worth knowing. Specific knowledge also tends to be technical and creative. So on the bleeding edge of technology, on the bleeding edge of art, on the bleeding edge of communication. Even today, for example, there are probably meme lords out there on the internet who can create incredible memes that will spread the idea to millions of people, or are very persuasive. Like, for example, Scott Adams is a good example of this. He's essentially becoming one of the most credible people in the world by making accurate predictions through persuasive arguments and videos. And that is specific knowledge that he has built up over the years because he got obsessed with hypnosis when he was young. He learned how to communicate through cartooning. He embraced Periscope early, so he's been practicing lots of conversation. He's read all the books on the topic. He's employed it in his everyday life. If you look at his girlfriend, she's like this beautiful young Instagram model. That is an example of someone who has built up a specific knowledge over the course of his career. It's
Shoulder. Okay. Shoulder. She rested on her head. 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 She rested her head. She rested her head on my shoulder. She rested her head. She rested her head on my shoulder. The basic was resting. The basic was resting against the wall. The basic was resting. The basic was resting against the wall. The basic was resting. The basic was resting. The basic was resting against the wall. The basic was resting. The basic was resting. The basic was resting against the wall. The basic was resting. The basic was resting. The basic was resting against the wall. The wall. The basic was resting. The basic was resting against the wall. The basic was resting. The basic was resting against the wall. The basic was resting. The basic was resting. The basic was resting against the wall. The basic was resting against the wall. Come on. Come on. 不知道算不算有点紧张？我看我的问题算不算？Okay, she rests on her. If you want to know, I can tell you if you want to know. I can tell you if you want to know my language. Okay, she rested her head on my shoulder. The basic was resting. Basically, the basic were resting. The basic were resting against the wall. The basic were resting. The basic were resting against the wall. The basic were resting against the wall. The basic were resting against the wall. The mirror. The rested the mirror against the wall. The rested the mirror. The rested the mirror against the wall. The rested the mirror against the wall. The rested the mirror against the wall. The wall. They rest. The rest. The rest. The rest. The rest. The mirror against the wall. Against the wall, mirror. Against the rest. They are against the mirror against. The rest of the wall. Okay, the basic. Against the wall. The basic was resting against the wall. The basic was resting on the wall. They don't rest on four marble. Shoulder. They don't rest on four marble. Condoms. Okay, marble condoms on four marble condoms. They don't rest on four marble condoms. The rest of the mirror against the wall. The rest of the mirror against the wall. They don't rest on four marble condoms. Names. They don't rest. 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 They don't rest on for marble. Name. I mean of this. Name. Name for names and marble names. Conims. Marble. They don't rest. They don't rest on four marble names. They don't rest. They don't rest. They don't rest. They don't rest. They don't rest on four. They don't rest. They don't rest. They don't rest on four. They don't rest on four marble. They don't rest. They don't rest. They don't rest on four. They don't rest on. They don't rest. They don't rest on four marble names. They don't rest. They don't rest on four. They don't rest. They don't rest. They don't rest. They don't rest on four marble. They don't rest. They don't rest on four marble name. On four mobile condoms. They don't rest on four marble condoms. They don't rest on four marble condoms. To remain in your particular state or place. Remain. To stay in the same place. To stay in the same place or in the same condition. In the same condition. Okay. In the same condition. To stay in the same place. To stay in the same place. To stay in the same place or in the same direction. Okay. Further, remain to particular state or place. Okay, to remain in a particular state or place. To remain in a particular place or state. To remain in a particular state or place. We cannot allow the matter to rest here. We cannot allow the matter to rest here. Further action has to be taken. 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 We cannot allow the matter to rest here. We cannot allow the matter to rest here. We cannot allow the rest. We cannot allow the matter to rest here. We cannot allow the matter to rest here. We cannot allow We cannot allow the matter to rest here. Further action had to be taken. We cannot allow the matter to rest here. Further action had to be taken. We cannot allow to rest here. We cannot allow the matter. We cannot allow the matter. Okay, we cannot allow the matter to rest here. Further action has to be taken. 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 We cannot allow the matter to rest here. Further action has to be taken. Further action has to be taken. Further action has to be taken. We cannot allow the matter to rest here. 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 Further action has to be taken. 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 The other sins people were part of the agreement. Okay. The rest, the other sins people were parts. The other sins people were parts. They remain where that have not been mentioned, or that have not been mentioned. Just be mentioned, 然后 have not been mentioned， 然后还有编剧导演每一次摄影特效的需要 further action had to be taken. Further action to be taken. We cannot allow the We cannot allow the matter to rest here. Further action has to be taken. Further action has to be taken. Further action to be taken. 其实是每一次 Further action has to be taken. Further action has to be taken. Further action has to be taken. Further action to be taken. Further action has to be taken. The other third people, other part. The other third people were parts. They remain or that have not been mentioned, 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 or that have not been mentioned. The other third people were parts. They may remain. The other things people were parts. They remain. Were parts. They remain, or that have not been mentioned. The other things people were parts they remain or that were parts they remain or that have not been mentioned. The other things people were pants they remain or that have not been mentioned. The other things people were parts they remain or that have not been mentioned. The other things people were parts they remain. The other things people were parts they remain or parts they remain or parts they remain or another thing people were parts they remain or that have not been mentioned or that have not been mentioned. The other things people were parts they remain. The other things people were parts they remain. Okay. The other things people were parts they remain or parts they remain or that have not been mentioned or that have not been mentioned. The other things people were other parts remain or parts they remain or parts they remain or that have not been mentioned. The other things people were the parts or other parts or other parts they remain or that has not or that have not been mentioned or parts they remain or that have not been mentioned. The other things people were parts they remain or that have not been mentioned. The other things people were pants they remain. The other things people were parts they remain or that have not been mentioned. The other things people were parts the other things people the other things people were that or the other things people were parts they remain or that have not been mentioned. Other part. The other things people were parts they remain or that have not been mentioned. I have two bright students. I have two bright students. I have two bright students. But the rest are average. I have two bright students. I have two bright students. But the rest are average. I have two bright students. I have two bright students. Okay. I have some I have two bright. I have two bright. I have two bright students. I have two bright students. I have two bright. I have two bright. I have two bright. I have two bright students. I have two bright students. I have two bright students. I have two bright students, but the rest are average. I have two bright students, but the rest are average. Okay. I have two bright students, but the rest are average. But the rest are average. Okay. I have two bright students. I have two bright students. I have two bright students. I have two bright students, but the rest. I have two bright students, but the rest are average. I'll keep a third of money. I'll keep a third of money of the money. I'll keep a third of the money, and the rest is for you. I'll keep a third of the money. I'll keep a third of the money. I'll keep a third of the money, and the rest is for you. I'll keep a third of money, and the rest is for you. I'll keep a third of the money. I'll keep a third of the money, and the rest. I'll keep a third of the money. I'll keep a third of the money, and the rest is for you. And the rest is for you. I'll keep a third of the money, and the rest is for you. I'll keep a third of the money, and the rest is for you. And the rest is for you. I will keep a third of the money, and the rest is for you. I'll keep a third of the money. I'll keep a third of the money, and the rest is for you. It's for you. I'll keep a third of the money, and the rest is for you. I'll keep a third of the money, and the rest is for you. I'll keep a third of the money, and the rest is for you. Third. Makes sense. I'll keep the main rest. To remain. Another part. I'll keep a third of third. I'll keep a third one, and then the rest. And the rest is for. I'll keep a third of the money. I'll keep a third of the money, and the rest is for you. And the rest for you. Other part. The understands people or part. I'll keep a third of the money. I'll keep a third I'll keep most of the money, and the rest is for you. Is that right? Right. Rest. Sign. Okay, sign rest. I'll keep a third of the money, and the rest is for you. And this is for you. And I'll keep a third of the money. What kind of you? What kind of is that something? Is that something? Is it something?算是实现你基本。It's amazing. I'll keep a third of the money, and the rest is for you. I'll keep a third of the money, and the rest is for you. I have two bright students. But the rest are average. The rest are average. I'll keep a third of the money, and the rest is for you. The rest, the other students, people, more parts they remain or that have not been mentioned. I have two bright students, but the rest are average. I'll keep a third of the money, and the rest is for you. I have two bright students, but the rest average. I'll keep a third of the money, and the rest is for you. Third of the money, and the rest of it is for you. Okay. The basic sign. To write your name. Usually to sign your name. Sign.
Highly creative, it has elements of being technical in it, and it's something that is never going to be automated. No one's going to take that away from him, because he's also accountable under one brand as Scott Adams, and he's operating with the leverage of media with Periscope and drawing Dilbert cartoons and writing books. He has massive leverage on top of that brand, and he can build wealth out of it if he wanted to build additional wealth beyond what he already has.
Should we be calling it unique knowledge, or does specific knowledge somehow make more sense for it?
I came up with this framework when I was really young, and we're talking decades and decades. It's now probably over 30 years old. And so at the time, just specific knowledge stuck with me, so that is how I think about it. The reason I didn't try and change it is because every other term that I found for it was overloaded in a different way. At least specific knowledge isn't that used. I can kind of rebrand it. The problem with unique knowledge is, yeah, maybe it's unique, but if I learn it from somebody else, it's no longer unique. Then we both know it. So it's not so much that it is unique, it's that it is highly specific to the situation, it's specific to the individual, it's specific to the problem, and it can only be built as part of a larger obsession, interest, and time spent in that domain. It can't just be read straight out of a single book, nor can it be taught in a single course, nor can it be programmed into a single algorithm.
Speaking of Scott Adams, he's got a blog post on how to build your career by getting in, say, the top 25 percentile at 3 or more things. And by doing that, you become the only person in the world who can do those 3 things in the 25th percentile. So instead of trying to be the best at one thing, you just try to be very, very good at 3 or more things. Is that a way of building specific knowledge?
I actually think the best way is just to follow your own obsession. And somewhere in the
To write your name, usually saying, to show that you are very well is contents or have written or corrected is yourself or corrected yourself. To write your name, usually you're writing. To write your name, usually on a writing. To write your name. Rather than usually on a written or printed document to show that you agree, to show that you agree with its contents or have read or corrected it yourself, corrected it yourself. To write your name, usually on a written or printed document to show that you agree with the contents or have written or corrected it yourself. To write your name, usually on a written or printed document to show that you agree with it contents or have written or corrected it yourself. To write your name, usually on a written or printed document. To write your name, usually on a written or printed document. To write your name, usually on a written or printed document. Or show that you agree with its contents or have read or corrected it yourself. To write your name, usually on a written or printed document. To write your name, usually on a written or printed document. Okay, to write your name, usually on a written or printed document. To write your name, usually on a written or printed document. To write your name, usually on a written. To write your name, usually on a written or printed document. To write your name, usually on a written or printed document. To write your name, usually on a written or printed document. To write your name, usually on a written. To write your name, usually on a written or printed document. To write your name, usually on a written or printed document. To write your name, usually on a written or printed document. To write your name, usually on a written or printed document. To write your name, usually on a written or printed document. To write your name, usually on a written. To write your name, usually on a written or printed document. Usually on a written or printed document. To show that you agree. To show that you agree with its contents or have written or corrected it yourself, or corrected it yourself, or corrected it yourself. To show that you agree with its contents. To show that you agree with. To show that you agree with. To show that you agree with its contents. To show that you agree with its contents. To show that you agree with its contents. Or have written or corrected it yourself. Or corrected it yourself, or corrected it yourself. To write your name, usually on a written, usually on a written or corrected or printed document. To show that you agree with. To show that you agree with that you agree with its contents. Its contents. Or have written or corrected it yourself, or corrected it yourself, or corrected it yourself, or corrected it yourself, or corrected it yourself. To write your name, usually on a written. To write your name, usually on a written or printed document, or to show that agree, or to show that you agree with, or to show that you agree with its, or to show that you agree with its contents, or to show that you agree with its contents, or have written or corrected it yourself, or have written or its content, or to write your name, usually on a written or printed document, or to show that you agree, or to show that you agree with, or to show that you agree with, or to show that you agree with or to show that you agree with, or to show that you agree with its contents, with its contents, or to show that you agree with its contents, or have written or corrected it yourself. To write your name, usually on a written or printed document. To show that you with, to show its contents, or have written or corrected it yourself. To write your name, usually on a written or printed document. To write your name, usually on a written or printed document. To show that you agree with its contents, or have written or corrected it yourself. To sign a letter. To sign a letter, check, contract, lease, agreement. To sign a letter, check, agreement, contract, agreement, lease. To sign a letter, lease. To sign a list, lease. Pay money to use land vehicles. to sign a letter check contract to sign a letter check contract lease agreement. Sign here please. He signed his name. At the end. He signed his name at the end of the letter. He signed his name at the end of the letter. He signed at the name at the end of the letter. He signed his name at the end of his letter. He signed his name at the end the letter of the letter. Okay, he signed his name at the end of the letter. He signed his name at the end of the letter. He signed himself. He signed himself Mark Taylor. He signed his name. He signed himself Mark Taylor. He signed his name Mark Taylor. She said the painting was Picasso. She said the painting was by Picasso. She said the painting was by Picasso. She said the painting was the Picasso. She said the painting was by Picasso. She said the painting was by Picasso. But it want to sand. She said the painting by Picasso. She said the painting was by Picasso, but want to sand. But it want to sand. She said the painting was by Picasso, but it want to sand. She said the painting was by it want to sand. She said the painting was by Picasso, but it want to sand. To write your name, you will need a review on the writing or printed document. To show that you agree with its contents or have written or corrected your name. Martin. He said his name at the end of the to write your name sign. Sport to make in sports to make a nickel. In sport to make a nickel writing agreement to employ a player. In sports to make a nickel. In sports to make a nickel right moment. In sports to make a nickel. In sports to make a nickel right agreement to employ a player. In sports to make a legal written agreement to employ a player. In sports to make a legal written agreement to employ a player. In sports to make a legal. In sports to make a legal. In sports to make a legal written agreement to employ to employ a player. To employ a player. Esports to make to make a niggle. Esports to make a niggle. Esports to make a niggle written argument. To write argument. Right? Esports to make a niggle. No, suitable. Okay. Esports to make a legal right agreement to employ esports to make a legal right agreement to employ two player to employ a player. Esports to make a legal right. Esports to make a legal right in sport. Esports to make a legal written agreement. Esports to make a legal written agreement to employ a player. Esports to make a player. Esports to make legal. Esports to make a legal written Esports to make a legal written to make a legal right. Make a legal written. Esports to make a legal written to employ a player. Esports to make a legal written. Okay. Esports to make a legal written to employ a player. Okay. Esports to make a right agreement to employ a player. But esports to make a legal right agreement to employ a player. Esports to make a legal right. Sports 真正合法的，真正合法的，跟Okay, the team has just signed a new player. The team has just signed a new player. The team has just signed. The team has just signed a new player. The team has just signed a new player. The team has just a player. The team has just signed a new player. The team has just signed a new player. Okay. He said the pain was because of what? The team was. Okay, the team has just signed a new player. Right. And the two little.再给1个小时，我可以完成这一些部分。24、45。 Warning. Okay, random. Roll down. And some rest.
Back of your mind, you can realize that, hey, actually, this obsession, like I'll keep an eye out for the commercial aspects of it. But I think if you go around trying to build it a little too deliberately, if you become too goal-oriented on the money, then you won't pick the right thing. You won't actually pick the thing that you love to do, so you won't go deep enough into it. Scott Adams' observation is a good one. It's predicated on statistics. Let's say there's 10,000 areas that are valuable to the human race today in terms of knowledge to have. And the number one in those 10,000 slots is taken, right? Someone else is likely to be the number one in each of those 10,000 unless you happen to be one of the 10,000 most obsessed people in the world at a given thing. But when you start going the combinatorics of combining, well, number 3,728 with top-notch sales skills and really good writing skills and someone who understands accounting and finance really well, when the need for that intersection arrives, you've expanded now from 10,000 through combinatorics to millions or tens of millions. So it just becomes much less competitive. Also, there's diminishing returns, so it's much easier to be top 75 percentile at 3 or 4 things than it is to be literally the number one at something. I think it's a very pragmatic approach, but I think it's important that one not start assembling things too deliberately, because you do want to pick things where you are a natural. Everyone is a natural at something. We're all familiar with that phrase, a natural. Oh, this person's a natural at meeting men or women. This person's a natural socialite. This person's a natural programmer. This person's a natural reader. So whatever you are a natural at, you want to double down on that. And then there are probably multiple things you are natural at, because personalities and humans are very complex. So we want to be able to take the things that you are natural at and combine them so that you automatically, just through sheer interest and enjoyment, end up top 25 or top 10 or top 5% at a number of things.
Talking about combining skills, you said that you should learn to sell, learn to build. If you can do both, you will be unstoppable.
You know, this is a very broad category now, but it's 2 broad categories. One is building the product, which is hard, and it's multivariate. That can include design, that can include development, that can include manufacturing, logistics, procurement. It could even be designing and operating a service. It has many, many definitions, but in every industry, there is a definition of the builder. In our tech industry, that's the CTO, it's the programmer, it's the software engineer, hardware engineer. But, you know, even in like a laundry business, it could be the person who's building the laundry service, who is making the trains run on time, who's making sure all the clothes end up in the right place at the right time, and so on. Then the other side of it is the sales side. Again, selling has a very broad definition. Selling doesn't necessarily just mean selling individual customers, but it could mean marketing, it could mean communicating, it could mean recruiting, it could mean raising money, it could mean inspiring people, it could mean doing PR. So it's a broad umbrella category. So generally, the Silicon Valley startup model tends to work best. It's not the only way, but it is probably the most common way. When you have 2 founders, one of whom is world-class at sales and one of whom is world-class at building. An example is, of course, Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak with Apple. Gates and Allen probably had similar responsibility early on with Microsoft. Larry and Sergey, probably broke down along those lines, although it's a little different there because that was a very technical product delivered to end users through a simple interface. But generally, you will see this pattern repeated over and over. There's a builder and there's a seller. There's a CEO and CTO combo. And venture and technology investors are almost trained to look for this combo whenever possible. It's sort of the magic combination. The ultimate is when one individual can do both. That's when you get true superpowers. That's when you get people who can create entire industries. The living example is Elon Musk. He may not necessarily be building the rockets himself, but he understands enough that he actually makes technical contributions. He understands the technology well enough that no one's gonna snow him on it, and he's not running around making claims that he doesn't think he can eventually deliver. He may be optimistic with the timelines, but he thinks it's within reasonableness of delivery. Even Steve Jobs developed enough product skills and was involved enough in the product that he also operated in both of these domains. Larry Ellison started as a programmer and I think wrote the first version of Oracle, or was actually heavily involved in it. Mark Andreessen was also in this domain. He may not have had enough confidence in his sales skills, but he was the programmer who wrote Netscape Navigator, a big chunk of it. So I think the real giants in any field are the people who can both build and sell. And usually the building is a thing that, like, a salesperson can't pick up building later in life. It requires too much focused time. But a builder can pick up selling a little bit later, especially if they were already sort of innately wired to be a good communicator. Bill Gates famously paraphrased this as, I would rather teach an engineer marketing than a marketer engineering. I think if you start out with a building mentality and you have building skills and it's still early enough in your life, or you have enough focused time that you think you can learn selling, and you have some natural characteristics where you're a good salesperson, then you can double down on those. Now, your sales skills could be in a different than traditional domain. So for example, let's say you're a really good engineer, and then people are saying, well, now you need to be good at sales. Well, you may not be good at hand-to-hand sales, but you may be a really good writer. And writing is a skill that can be learned much more easily than, say, in-person selling. And so you may just cultivate writing skills until you become a good online communicator and then use that for your sales. On the other hand, it could just be that you're a good builder and you're bad at writing and you don't like communicating to mass audiences, but you're good one-on-one. So then you might use your sales skills for recruiting or for fundraising, which are more one-on-one kinds of endeavors. This is sort of pointing out that if you're at the intersection of these two, don't despair, because you're not going to be the best technologist and you're not going to be the best salesperson, but in a weird way, that combination, back to Scott Adams' skill stack, that combination of two is unstoppable. Long term, people who understand the underlying product and how to build it and can sell it, these are catnip to investors. These people can break down walls if they have enough energy, and they can get almost anything done.
If you could only pick one to be good at, which one would you pick?
When you're trying to stand out from the noise, building is actually better because there's so many hustlers and salespeople who have nothing to back them up. When you're starting out, when you're trying to be recognized, building is better. But much later down the line, building gets exhausting because it is a focused job, and it's hard to stay current because there's always new people, new products coming up who have newer tools and frankly more time because it's very intense, it's a very focused task. So sales skills actually scale better over time. Like, for example, if you have a reputation for building a great product, that's good, but when you ship your new product, I'm going to evaluate it based on the product. But if you have a reputation for being a good person to do business with, and you're persuasive and communicative, then that reputation almost becomes self-fulfilling. So I think if you only had to pick one, you kind of start with building and then transition to selling. This is a cop-out answer, but I think that is actually the right answer. So for example, instead of reading a business book, pick up Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations. Instead of reading a book on biology or evolution that's written today, I would pick up Darwin's Origin of the Species. Instead of reading a book on biotech right now that may be very advanced, I would just pick up The Eighth Day of Creation by Watson and Crick. Instead of reading advanced books on what cosmology and what Neil deGrasse Tyson and Stephen Hawking have been saying, you can pick up Richard Feynman's 6 Easy Pieces and start with basic physics. If you understand the basics, especially in mathematics and physics and sciences, then you will not be afraid of any book. All of us have that memory of when we're sitting in class and we're learning mathematics, and it was all logical and all made sense until at one point the class moved too fast and we fell behind. And then after that, we were left memorizing equations, memorizing concepts without being able to derive them from first principles. And at that moment, we were lost. Because unless you're a professional mathematician, you're not going to remember those things. All you're going to remember are the techniques, the foundations. So you have to make sure that you're building on a steel frame of understanding, because you're putting together a foundation for a skyscraper. And you're not just memorizing things, because if you're just memorizing things, you're lost. So the foundations are ultra important. And the ultimate is when you walk into a library and you look at it up and down and you don't fear any book. You know that you can take any book off the shelf, you can read it, you can understand it, you can absorb what is true, you can reject what is false, and you have a basis for even working that out that is logical and scientific and not purely just based on opinions. The beauty of the internet is the entire Library of Alexandria times 10 is at your fingertips at all times. It's not the means of education or the means of learning are scarce. The means of learning are abundant. It's the desire to learn that's scarce. So you really have to cultivate that desire. And it's not even cultivated, you have to not lose it. children have a natural curiosity. If you go to a young child who's first learning language, they're pretty much always asking, what's this? What's that? Why is this? Who's that? They're always asking questions. But one of the problems is that schools and our educational system and even our way of raising children replaces curiosity with compliance. And once you replace the curiosity with the compliance, you get an obedient factory worker, but you no longer get a creative thinker. And you need creativity, you need that ability to feed your own brain to learn whatever you want. And to me, foundational things are principles, they're algorithms, they're deep-seated logical understanding where you can defend it or attack it from any angle. And that's why microeconomics is important, because macroeconomics are a lot of memorization, a lot of macro bullshit. As Nassim Taleb says, it is easier to macro bullshit than it is to micro bullshit. Because macroeconomics is voodoo complex science meets politics. You can't find two macroeconomists to agree on anything these days, and different macroeconomists get used by different politicians to peddle their different pet theories. There are even macroeconomists out there now peddling something called modern monetary theory, which basically says, hey, except for this pesky thing called inflation, we can just print all the money that we want. Yes, except for this pesky thing called inflation. That's like saying, instead of limited energy, we can fire rockets off into space all day long. It's just nonsense, but the fact that there are people who have macroeconomists in their title and are peddling modern monetary theory just tells you that macroeconomics as a so-called science has been corrupted. It's a branch of politics. So you really want to focus on the foundations. The ultimate foundation are mathematics and logic. If you understand logic and mathematics, then you have the basis for understanding the scientific method. Once you understand the scientific method, then you can understand how to separate truth from falsehood in other fields and other things that you're reading. So be very careful about reading other people's opinions. And even be careful about reading facts, because so-called facts are often just opinions, but with a veneer around them. What you really are looking for is algorithms. What you're really looking for is understanding. It's better to go through a book really slowly and struggle and stumble and rewind than it is to fly through it quickly and say, well, now I've read 20 books, I've read 30 books, I've read 50 books in the field. It's like Bruce Lee said, I don't fear the man who knows 1,000 kicks and 1,000 punches. I fear the man who's practiced one punch 10,000 times or one kick 10,000 times. It's the understanding that comes through repetition and through usage and through logic and foundations that really makes you a smart thinker.
To lay a foundation for learning for the rest of your life, I think you need two things if I was going to try and sum it up. One, practical persuasion, and two, you need to go deep in some technical category, whether it's abstract math or you want to read Donald Knuth's books on algorithms, or you want to read Feynman's lectures on physics. If you have practical persuasion and a deep understanding of some complex topic, I think you'll have a great foundation for learning for the rest of your life.
Yeah, if I could expand that a little bit, I would say that the 5 most important skills are, of course, reading, writing, arithmetic, and then as you are adding in persuasion, which is talking, and then finally I would add computer programming, just because it's an applied form of arithmetic that just gets you so much leverage for free in any domain that you operate in. If you're good with computers, if you're good at basic mathematics, if you're good at writing, if you're good at speaking, and if you like reading, you're set for life. So in that sense, business to me is bottom of the barrel. There's no actual skill called business. It's too generic.
Hey, this is Nivi. You're listening to the Naval Podcast.
Hey folks, Sam Jones here. Welcome to another edition of Off Camera, the show where I get to talk to iconic, creative, curious artists and find out how they got that way. And in this episode, I sit down with actress Elizabeth Olsen. It's safe to say that Elizabeth Olsen did not have a normal childhood. As the other sister to the Olsen twins, Elizabeth had a front row seat to her sister's experience in the spotlight, media circus included. And she also witnessed what it was like to be a working actor, something she wanted to be, but was embarrassed to admit. As she says, I had this fear that people would think I didn't earn or deserve the things I worked for because of who I was naturally associated with. Well, the nepotism critique motivated her to prove her worth. But that turned out to be the easy part. Elizabeth's a hard worker by nature. After all, you don't get dubbed NYU's notorious rehearsal Nazi for nothing. And very soon, people started taking notice, and Elizabeth started getting roles, including the one that led to her breakout performance in Martha Marcy May Marlene. Since then, Elizabeth has conquered the world of independent film in projects like Wind River, Kodachrome, and Ingrid Goes West, and the blockbuster world of Marvel's Avengers franchise, playing superhero Scarlet Witch. Elizabeth is the kind of actor who loves the work and the craft, and she's also the kind of artist who wants to take risks. Her newest project, entitled Sorry for Your Loss, explores all the stages of grief, and Elizabeth plays a widow trying to piece her life back together. Not easy subject matter, but as you'll see, she rises to any challenge thrown her way. Elizabeth joins off camera to talk about the biggest lessons she's learned from her family, why she may be one of the few actors who likes to audition, and why she's the most zen type A personality you'll ever meet. So pull up a chair and listen in. Hi, Lizzie.
Hi, Sam.
Thanks for doing this.
Thank you for having me.
You know what? I love having you here because I saw Martha Marcy May Marlene.
Good job.
Good job saying that name. I know, right? I feel pretty good about that.
That's not the easiest title to remember.
Well, I saw that. That was my introduction to you. And then a few years later, Wind River came out, and I was blown away by that film. I loved Kodachrome. Obviously, you're in the crazy superhero Avenger world of Marvel, but this new show you're doing on Facebook Watch called Sorry for Your Loss is, on the surface, maybe a really risky thing to do because the subject is grief, right? And you play a woman who's just been widowed. And on the surface, I would think that could be a scary thing, but then when you get into the show, you realize how much humanity is in it. Were you aware of the riskiness of doing a show that is maybe a subject that people, especially in Western culture, want to stay away from a little bit?
I think that's what made me want to do it, because it seemed like a whole of storytelling that we don't, there isn't a show about. There has been shows about someone with an illness, dying, and dealing with coming to terms with being mortal and death, and grief usually it's like some sort of pocket of, these are the steps you go through and then you find love, or these are the steps you go through and then you're over it, or it's also like has just like a happy ending. And I also think it's one of the most universal experiences besides taxes. It's death, dealing with losing people, and that idea and being able to tell an authentic story of how people deal with it and how you don't just get over it was something I wanted to be a part of. And when I think of grief, I think of like, we all walk through life with like my favorite metaphor or analogy is that we all have this backpack of like all of our like trauma or loss that we just carry with us, and it's like a certain weight, and then someone dies and the weight changes, and you don't ever lose that weight, you just figure out how to walk differently through life. And so that's kind of how I think of grief, and I think of this character, is she's learning how to approach life with this whole shift of weight on her back.
Right, you're saying the misperception of that is we're supposed to get through it and actionably get over it.
Yeah, and it's like, why do you need to get over it? I think the thing that bothers people is when the memory of someone starts to become fuzzier, or people think the healthiest thing is to not bring up that person that you loved so much.
Right.
And so it's trying to get rid of all those, those like old-fashioned traditions of like how to get through grief the right way. That's why in episode 3, this woman comes into her grief group who seems to be like the perfect widow.
Right.
And she's driving me crazy, and I thought it was so funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, like what does it look like to grieve perfectly? You know, her husband died in war, and she's a woman of faith, and like all of those things. And then you have our character Lee, who's like an angry perfectionist, whose beliefs are based in science and doesn't have like a higher faith, and just that kind of conflict was I always thought was just really funny to me.
No, it's definitely a show about things that we don't want to think about until we have to. And it made me curious about your initial draw to the project. Were you drawn as an actor to be able to play someone in those sorts of emotions, or were you drawn as a producer to the overall story?
Well, I got the pilot and it was, do you want to come on as an actor and a producer? And so the producer part of me is, I see this opportunity, this is a hole in storytelling that needs to be filled and should be in a genuine way, not in kind of like a cheesy way or really depressing or something. And I loved the character because I just thought that she was this like type A personality, a really hard woman to console while grieving. And this I was kind of like, well, I don't have to put a voice on. I know this girl, she's from LA, and she has a goal of being a creative and making that a job, and she's in love, and there's just something simple about her story that I was excited to go back to and just kind of drop into someone's life.
Are you type A?
Me, yeah.
Very much so.
Oh, yeah.
How does that work? How does being type A work with being an actor and being so sort of susceptible to outside forces?
So the way I think of like my favorite way of performing and acting is all the things that you can do inside structure. It's all the energy. If you were to have molecules in a box, in a really, just a normal box, nothing's open. It's a lot of hot kinetic energy. And if you were to lift open a box, it becomes like random dispersed energy. So to me, I like feeling creative within structure and form in a controlled atmosphere. That's why I won't do I never really loved experimental theater. When I trained, it was about the analysis. And so I really love structure, and I really love being creative within structure. That's how I think about it.
I think one of the differences between being an actor and being another kind of artist is another kind of artist, like a painter or a musician, they can go and just do it and control it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. So there's a teacher I had when I was in college who said, if you guys aren't interested in being in a job that's going to be a constant roller coaster of ups and downs, then you should stop wasting your parents' money or deal with student loans, and you should just change your major now. And when she said that, I was a freshman in college, and I was like, I can do that. And it felt like a challenge to me.
Yeah.
And also with a lot of, I don't know, like yoga and like certain Buddhist philosophies, that just knowing the things that you can control, like as a control freak, I know the things that I can control and the things that I can't control, and being okay with the things that I can't control. I can't control how many no's I get. I can't control if someone likes what I do. I can't control the edit. I can't control, there's certain things you can't control, but you can control how prepared you are on set. You can control the decisions and choices you make as an actor. You get to control saying no. And so there's those kinds of things I just know, I just try and forget all the things that are out of my control.
I mean, that's a really evolved type A person. Because what you're talking about that's hard to do. I mean, it is the very essence of being a type A person is maybe that you're not so good with the stuff you can't control.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, you didn't come fully formed that way.
No, I didn't. I think it happened in college. I think I had a teacher that talked about that. So I think that was something that I really took to heart in college. I was also someone who always loved auditioning. So when I first started working, I was like, put me in for anything. Like I just like the feeling of auditioning. And it was something that I knew that my ratio of my nose, just for like any reason, whatever, if I don't look like the father, I look too much like the lead character, whatever it is, all those things aren't in your control. But what's in your control is being prepared and knowing your shit and making your decisions.
Right.
And so it was just something that I really honed in at the beginning of working. And and I still get obviously annoyed and frustrated if something doesn't turn out the way I was hoping it would. But that's just natural. But you can't be that mad about it because you know that that's not part of your job.
Right. I think a lot of people look at auditioning as sort of judgment.
Yeah, and I think of it as the director, if you walk in and you do a good job, they're so relieved. Because everyone's so uncomfortable watching people audition. All they want is for you to do a good job so that they can be done with their day. They want to like find the person and
Right.
get out of there. And then the other thing is like even today, if someone is just going on general meetings or if they're not sure what they're looking for, I will say I'm happy to read if you want me to. Because if I'm not working, I'm not doing my job really. And if someone's gonna tell me, do you wanna come in for a day with like good material and do some scenes and act, even though it's like with a casting director's assistant or the casting director, that which is a little awkward, but it's still like a day I get to do my job when I'm not working on something. And to me it's like meditation. To me, when you're acting, you're focused on something that has nothing to do with the 99% of recycled thoughts that happens in the day-to-day. And so that gets to go aside, and then you're gonna focus on this other thing that's in front of you. And so that's why it's like such a break to me.
There's so many things that you said that I want to pick up on. I mean, I love the type A control freak actor Buddhist model. No, but I think with your show, it's interesting to think about, you know, that you have to embody somebody that is widowed, because you obviously can't go like do prep on that.
No, totally.
But I did wonder if there was some insecurity on your part going in, that you could be authentic to those emotions, because obviously many people who watch this show will have gone through that or are going through it.
Yeah.
Like, what did it bring up for you?
A lot of fear.
Yeah.
Because it was a lot of what ifs, I think, on the day-to-day basis for certain scenes. And it's not a comfortable place to like live in. It's really sad and depressing and scary. I'm already like not like a paranoid, fearful person. So like,
what do you mean?
Just like in life, I'm like scared of everything and everyone. Like yesterday, I was in an elevator and the lights were off, and I was like, "Well, this is a perfect opportunity for someone to start a horror movie. Like someone's getting killed," and that's like the first thing I think of. Instead of oh, this is awkward, I think someone's getting stabbed. Just so I don't know what brain that is, but it's not a healthy one.
But I think that's the creative one, though. I mean, a creative brain is going to be better at vivid imagination and creating scenarios. And,
Oh, but going back to how to approach the experience of what it would be. I mean, I've never been married, but what I do know is I've watched people close to me lose their husband or their father. And then, honestly, The Year of Magical Thinking by Joan Didion, I read it 3 times, and it is such a great book to really be, and she's such a brilliant writer, to be in the inside of someone's head dealing with this like repetition of the what if, or the repetition of the night it happened, and the repetition of the hospitals, and whatever that cyclical thinking is that you can't get out of, and then the feeling of wanting to hold on to the memories and hold on to the vivid smells, or what it felt like when you lived in the same home together.
could you point to something you were most insecure about in terms of what I can pull off here? Like, what was the fear going into this one specifically?
I think a lot of sameness. That's the
like
fear.
one note? Like, how are we going to make it? Okay.
The sameness is my fear. Like the not being able to find the shade of personalities. We have certain episodes, like episode 6 is kind of like her dealing with his mania, and that was a really frustrating episode to shoot for me because I was like so like high strung all the time, and I was like none of this feels grounded, right. Especially TV, because there's a baseline of who the character is, and then things happen to them, and so that kind of does.
And you haven't really done that.
No. Usually I see a film and I create an arc, and you know, you film something here and you film something here and you try and bridge it, but with this I had a kind of vague idea of the 10 episodes.
And I wonder about that, if now being a producer as well, if it gives you a different lens on your own job.
Yeah, especially in the last 5 years, they've always been, and even at the beginning, there are just certain jobs where you just somehow are more opinionated than others, and they know how I feel about like all my opinions, whether it's just like a moment between characters or a scene I feel like doesn't feel exactly right, but I always have something to say. So as a producer, I still felt like I was doing that part of my acting job of having a lot of opinions, but this time it was at the beginning stages when drafts were first drafts. I was seeing drafts that the actors would never see on our show, and they're like, what happens in episode 6? And I'm like, well, we're really working on it. And so to be a part of the molding of it had its own challenges, but it was definitely just something I learned what that is. And then even in post-production, I've really loved being a part of that, which I've never been a part of.
Right. Did it give you any insight on acting that you didn't have before, because you got to see, you got to look at it more dispassionately as a performance versus the, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just like how big the whole thing is, and like, I mean, it's just, I had another thing from college, but I had a teacher that completely disarmed, like, as an actor, I felt like the lowest on the totem pole, because I had a teacher that said, people have been working on these projects for months before you, and they will months after you. You are a piece of the puzzle, which kind of takes away your ownership of characters. When I first started working, I was like, you do costumes, you tell me what to wear, as opposed to, this is my character, and I think she should wear this, because I think I know her really well.
Right.
So I had to have that, like, learning curve, because I just thought, I'm nothing. I am nothing, and I am your tool or something. But now, as watching this, I don't know if I necessarily learned something about my own work. I think the thing I learned was that I'm not uncomfortable watching myself and fixing and changing, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
To be able to treat yourself as a third person and not be connected or attached to it, and just treat yourself as this other actor that you're editing.
Yeah, I would think that would be really hard to get used to at first.
Yeah.
Okay. Getting the two leader to sign a peace treaty and accomplishment. Let me have this. Accomplishment. Getting the two leaders to sign a peace treaty. Getting the two leaders to sign a peace treaty. Treaty. Let's see. Treaty. To write an agreement between two or more countries. Treaty. Forming approve and signed by the other leader. Treaty. To sign a treaty was his great accomplishment. Accomplishment. Something that is successful. Something that is successful, or that is achieved something that is successful, or that is achieved after not a work or effort. Getting the two leaders to sign a peace treaty was his greatest accomplishment. Something that exists for or that is achieved after a lot of work or effort. Accomplishment. Something that is successful or that is achieved after a lot of work or effort. After a lot of work or effort. Accomplishment. Getting the two leaders to sign a peace treaty was his greatest accomplishment. I asked her to sign a prenuptial agreement when they got engaged. I asked her sign a prenuptial agreement when they got engaged. Getting the two leaders to sign a peace treaty is greatest accomplishment. Her accomplishment was her greatest. Getting the two leaders to sign accomplishment. Prenuptial before getting married. Asking her and before getting married. Prenuptial. He asked her to sign. Asked her to sign a prenuptial agreement when they got engaged. Having formally agreed to marry. Okay. Having formally agreed to marry. Then, when they got married, I asked her to sign a prenuptial agreement. He asked her to sign a prenuptial He asked her to sign a prenuptial agreement when they got engaged. Marriage. Having formally agreed to marry. Don't sign anything until you read the small print. Okay, to give waiter direction. Okay, getting the two leader to sign a peace treaty was his greatest accomplishment, was his greatest accomplishment. Getting the two leader. Getting the two leaders Getting the 2 liters. Getting the 2 liters. Getting the 2 liters to sign a peace treaty. Getting the 2 liters. 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 Getting the 2 liters to sign a peace treaty. Getting the 2 liters to sign a peace treaty was his greatest accomplishment. Getting the 2 liters to sign a peace treaty was his greatest accomplishment. Getting the 2 liters to sign a peace treaty was his greatest. Getting the 2 liters. Getting the 2 liters to sign. Getting the 2 liters to sign. Getting the 2 liters. Getting the 2 liters. Getting the 2 liters. Getting the 2 liters to sign a. Getting the 2 liters. Getting the 2 liters to sign a peace. Getting the 2 liters. Getting the 2 liters. Getting the 2 liters. Getting the 2 liters to sign a. Getting the 2 liters to sign a peace treaty. Getting the 2 liters. Getting the 2 liters. Getting the 2 liters to sign. Getting the 2 liters to sign. Getting the 2 liters to sign. Getting the 2 liters. Getting the 2 liters to sign. Getting the 2 liters to sign. Getting the 2 liters to sign a peace. Getting the 2 liters to sign peace treaty was his greatest accomplishment. Getting the 2 liters to sign Getting the 2 liters to sign a peace treaty was his greatest accomplishment. Getting the 2 liters to sign a peace treaty was his greatest accomplishment. Getting the 2 liters to sign. That's one. Getting the 2 liters to sign a peace treaty was his greatest accomplishment. That's one. That's one. Getting the 2 liters to sign a peace. Getting the 2 liters to sign a peace treaty was his greatest accomplishment. Peace treaty was his greatest. Getting the 2 liters. Getting the 2 liters to sign a peace. Getting the 2 liters. Getting the 2 liters. Getting the 2 liters to sign a peace treaty was his greatest accomplishment. He asked her to sign a prenuptial. He asked her to sign. He asked her to sign. A prenuptial. He asked her to sign. He asked her to sign a prenuptial. He asked her to sign. He asked her to sign a prenuptial. He asked her to sign a prenuptial. He asked her to sign a prenuptial agreement when they got when they got engaged. He asked her to sign. He asked her to sign. He asked her to sign a prenuptial agreement when they got engaged. He asked her to sign. He asked her to sign a prenuptial agreement when they got engaged. Don't sign anything. 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 Don't sign anything until you read the small print. Don't sign anything. Don't sign. Don't sign anything. Don't sign anything. Don't sign anything. Don't sign anything. Don't sign anything until you read the small print. Don't sign anything. Don't sign anything until. Okay. Don't sign anything until you read the small print. Don't sign anything. Don't sign anything. Don't sign anything until you read the small print. Don't sign anything until. Don't say anything until you read the small print. Don't say anything. Don't say anything until you read the small print. Until you read the small print. Small print. Don't say anything. Don't sign anything until you read the small print. Don't sign anything. Don't sign anything until you read the small print. Don't say anything until. Don't say anything until you read the small print. Don't say anything until you read the small print. Don't say anything until you read the small print. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. Don't sign anything. Don't say anything until you read the small print. Until you read the small print. To give unwanted or information. 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 Or make a request. Use a hand and body movements. Or make a request. Use a hand and body movements. Use a hand and body movements. Use a hand and body movements. To give unwanted or information. 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 Or make a request. Use a hand and body movements. Use a hand and body movements. To give unwanted or information. To give unwanted or information. To give unwanted or information. Or make a request. To give unwanted or information. To give unwanted or information. To give unwanted or information. Or make a request. Use a hand and body movements. To give unwanted or information. 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 Or make a request. will make a request using hand and body movements. Body movements. To give an order or information. To give an order or information. To give an order or information or make a request using hand and body movements. Using hand and body to give an order or information or make a request using hand and body movements. To give an order or information. To give an order or information or make a request using hand and body movements. To give an order or information to make a request using hand and body movements. His hand for his hand for his hand for the waiter. His hand to the waiter. His hand to the waiter to bring him another drink. His hand to the waiter to bring him another drink. Bring another drink. His hand to the waiter. His hand to the waiter. His hand to the waiter. His hand to the waiter to bring him another drink. To bring him another drink. His hand to the waiter. His hand to the waiter. His hand to the waiter. Bring him another drink. His hand to the waiter to bring him another drink. Bring him another drink. Okay. Waiter. Okay, waiter. His hand. Body movement. To give an order or information. To give an order or make a request use the hand and the body movement. His hand moved and his hand to the road to bring him another drink. He sent the waiter to bring him another drink. Oh. He sent to the waiter to bring him another drink. Okay. He sent to the waiter. He sent to the waiter that he want another drink. Okay. He sent to the waiter that that he another drink. That he wanted another drink. He sent to the waiter that he wanted to another drink. He sent to the waiter. 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 He sent to the waiter that he wanted another drink. He sent to the waiter that he wanted another drink. He sent to the waiter that he wanted another drink. He sent to the waiter that he wanted another drink. He sent to the waiter that he wanted another drink. That he wanted another drink. To use sign. He sent to another drink. to the waiter that he wanted another drink. To use sign language. Language used by people who cannot hear or talk. To use sign language. Okay. 在自己你选的按照meaning. To use sign language. Language used by people who cannot hear or talk. To use sign language. Language used by people who cannot hear or talk. To use sign language. Language used by people who cannot hear or talk. Language used by people who use sign language. To use. Language used by people who cannot hear or talk. Language used. He used the sign language. Language used by people. Language used by people who cannot hear or talk. Language by people who cannot hear. Language used by people who cannot hear or talk. To use sign language. Language used by people who cannot hear or talk. Notice. A notice giving information. Direction. A notice giving information. Directions. A warning. 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 Notice. Body movement. To use sign language. Body movement. Language used by people who cannot hear or talk. To use sign language. Movement. To give an order. To sign the children that they want another drink. Waiter. A notice giving information. Directions. A warning. A notice giving information. Directions. A warning. A notice giving information. Directions. A notice giving information. Directions. A warning. 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 A road sign. A road sign. A store sign. A road sign. A red sign. A store sign. A A road sign, a road sign, a story sign, a road sign, a story sign. This sign, for example, designed by the roadwork. Designed by the roadwork said snow, construction, vehicle, and designed by the roadwork said snow, construction, running construction. 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 Their work of building or making something, especially building. Bridges. The work of building or making something, especially buildings. Bridge. She works in construction industry. She works in construction. She works in construction industry. Okay, building, construction. The work of building and making something, especially building, bridges. Construction. Vehicle. Construction. Vehicles. Immersion. This is all immersion. Use usual. Immersion usually weigh the wheels and engine used for transporting people or goods, especially on land. Machine. Construction vehicles. Entering. Designed by the roadwork. Place. Enter. To come or going to a particular place. and also construction, snow, okay. This sign place to come or go into a bigger place. Come, okay. Enter place. Information. Enter information. Organization. Designed by the roadwork. Designed by the roadwork. Designed by the roadwork. Say. Snow. Construction vehicles. Enter. Construction vehicles. Enter. Designed by the roadwork. Designed by the roadwork. Designed by the roadwork said snow. Designed by the roadwork said snow. Construction vehicles. Entering. Construction vehicles entering. The road sign points left. The road sign points left. The road sign points left. The road sign points snow. The road sign points snow. The road sign points left. 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 Road sign restore. A notice giving information, directions, a warning. Something that makes you understand. Important. Something that makes you understand that there is a possible danger or problem, especially one in the future. This sign on the wall said, "Please refrain." Yeah, and this. A sign. Sign. Referring to avoid doing or stop doing. Avoid doing or stop yourself from doing something. This sign on the wall said, "Please refrain from smoke." Okay, to avoid doing or stop yourself from doing something. Let's see. avoid, to stay away from someone or something, to stay away from someone or something. And try to avoid to stay away from someone or something. Or to stop you. Okay, to avoid doing something. Avoid doing or stop yourself doing something. Stop yourself from doing something. We refrained from talking until we knew that it was safe. This time by the road work said snow construction vehicles entering. The road sign point sniffed. The sign on the wall said, Please refer. To avoid doing or stop yourself from doing something. Refrain. This sign on the wall. This sign on the wall said, "Please refrain from smoke. Please refrain from smoking. Okay. Get over it.明天是44，然后44。Get over it.
But now I've been watching myself for like 6 months. I'm like so over it. I also just think like now I know what my face does. I hope next time I do my next project, like I hope I don't think about like the facial expressions I don't like looking at or whatever.
I think that's hard to get out of your own way on that. And in this project, you are not glammed out by any stretch of the imagination.
When it comes to any of my work, it's what I look like isn't that precious. I cared about having healthy skin, and I decided to start a new skin regime for this show because I knew I didn't want to wear makeup. I wanted it to, you also want your flaws to come through so everyone can see flaws on camera and they're like, oh, I have flaws too, but I also don't want to have like big pimples on screen.
Oh, she's really in bad shape. Look at those zips.
I like started seeing like a facialist for the first time in my life.
This is all part of grief. It's one of the 5 stages of grief.
Just in case you want to know how you prepare a role for grief.
That's right. You see a
facialist once every 3 weeks.
Hey folks, let's take a little break from the conversation so I can tell you about this week's sponsor, BetterHelp Online Counseling. If you think you may be depressed, or if you're feeling anxious, stressed, or overwhelmed, BetterHelp offers licensed professional counselors who are trained to listen and to help. Now, with BetterHelp, you can talk with your counselor in a private online environment at your own convenience from wherever you're comfortable. BetterHelp counselors have expertise in a broad range of areas, such as, anxiety, depression, grief. They deal with relationships, sleep disorders, LGBT matters, self-esteem, family conflict, and more. They can give you access to help that may not be available in your area. So what you do is you fill out a questionnaire, and it helps assess your specific needs, and you get matched with your counselor in under 48 hours. And then you can easily schedule secure video or phone sessions with your therapist. Plus, you can exchange unlimited messages. Everything you share is confidential. And if for any reason you're unhappy with your counselor, you can request a new one at any time, at no additional charge. So join the 1 million+ people taking charge of their mental health with the help of an experienced BetterHelp counselor. In fact, so many people have been using BetterHelp, they are currently recruiting additional counselors in all 50 states. BetterHelp is an affordable option for therapy, and our listeners get 10% off the first month with the discount code CAMERA. You can get started today at betterhelp.com/camera. That's betterhelp.com/camera. Now back to the show. Okay, you brought up college a whole bunch, and one of the things I think when you go specifically to a conservatory, but you went to Tisch, right?
I did. I went to Tisch.
So one of the things I think is a common experience among actors is this idea that you get broken down to be built back up, or that, like you said, there's teachers that are trying to almost scare you.
Yeah.
Or like, get out now.
Right.
Right? So it made me curious about your decision to go to a conservatory. I mean, obviously, you're in a family that grew up in the business. You grew up here in Los Angeles. Your family and yourself, you know everybody. You could have certainly been fine just going straight into auditioning. And I wondered if college was as much for you to, like, carve your own path.
Yeah, I think I was really embarrassed being from LA and having family in the industry to say, I want to be an actress. Even though that's what I did my whole childhood. I went to all the camps. And then I went to conservatory programs in high school, and I just loved it. But again, type A, really, like, always loved, like, math and sciences, and I was a great student, and so I just thought, what a shame if I don't go to college and get a higher education, if I've been spending all this time, obsessing over A's. And so I thought, I should go to an Ivy League, I should go to Brown, and I didn't get into Brown, and I got into NYU, and while I was there, I always felt like I had to have all the tools. Like, if I were ever to actually be an actor, I had to have all the tools, and I had to feel confident about what I was going to do in order to also hear the nepotism comments. I had to be really confident in, like, my own skills and abilities, and that, no, I put in the time. Because you're gonna say shit no matter what I do. If I'm bad, I'm bad. If I'm good, it's nepotism or whatever it is.
Right.
And so I was, like, gearing up for it. And so going to college and doing the conservatory, even then, when a teacher said rehearse 8 hours for a 2-minute scene, I would rehearse 8 to 10 hours for a 2-minute scene.
And no one else would.
Well, I learned that, like, there's a guy, when I went to my third year of college, there's a guy who I'd never been in, like, an ensemble with, or like a 12-person class, because they switched it up every semester. He was like, oh my God, you're the rehearsal Nazi. And I was like, what? He was like, yeah, you're the rehearsal Nazi. It's not even a good joke, because it's Nazi. You can't make jokes about Nazis anymore. But
Not soup Nazis, not rehearsal Nazis. We just can't use that anymore.
Can't use it anymore. And so and I was like, really? And he was like, yeah, I heard you just love to rehearse. And I'm like, no, they tell us that that's how many hours we should be rehearsing. And he was like, no one does it. I was like, what? I've been doing this for 3 years. No one told me. But so I always had this need to prove myself to myself and to, like, everyone around me that I work really hard.
You make the nepotism comment. I would think that it would be an incredible part of your backpack and the way you walk and the way you're weighted down, that you can't walk in without people already having an opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, what was your big fear on that? Because I think some people might just say, yeah, screw it, who cares how I got here, What was your fear about that?
I think it's just the fear was that you don't earn or deserve the things you work for because of who you're naturally associated with. And there was even a part of me when I was a little girl, I always thought, I'm an actress, I'm gonna go by Elizabeth Chase, which is my middle name. And then once I started working, I love my family. Like, I like my name. love my sisters. Why would I be?
Right.
Why would I be so ashamed of that? And so, you know, there are those kinds of weird thoughts that you have, and then you just kind of get over it. And you're like, and now I'm like really over it, and now it's become kind of this question that's just like a factual thing, just for like reference.
Right.
But at the beginning, I don't know. It was definitely something I was always aware of, and which made me work harder.
Yeah, I wonder if in some ways that was really the thing that you needed the most, was like your type A-ness needed to grab onto something, and that made you work. You almost had to rebel against your own situation, right? Like, because you started out, what's your earliest memory of being on a film set? How old were you?
Full house. I mean, I was like after school care.
You were like 4 or 5?
Yeah.
And so, like, when did you clock that was a job that people do?
From the beginning.
You knew it was a job. It wasn't just like...
Yeah, because I would go to school, my sisters would go to work. You know, it was work.
Such a different, like, did you ever sit down with your parents and go, is there anything else people do other than, like,
well, the funny thing, neither of my parents are in the entertainment industry. My dad's a golfer, but he's also in mortgage, and like my mom was a dancer. Everyone had this like thing that they associate themselves with, and none of it was acting, and none of it was in this industry. And so I think there's also this other thing where you grow up and you are so lucky to live in a nice home, and you're so lucky to go to a private school.
And you're so lucky to go to craft service.
Yeah, you're so lucky to go to craft service and like eat peanut M&Ms or something.
Right.
That I wanted a job that created some sort of structure to me, that I could provide that for myself when I got older. And acting wasn't one of those jobs to me. I just thought that was kind of like that's kind of a risk. And I wasn't much of a risk taker. I actually thought I should go into something that was more structured. My mom thought I should go to law school. My dad thought I should do Wall Street. Like,
so did they both think like, oh, this isn't gonna last?
I don't know. I think they liked that I wasn't applying to colleges that were just strictly conservatories. They're conservatories within a liberal arts education.
Okay.
And so I think they were, that was my father's like, okay, well, she'll have a backup just from having a degree. And then when I started understudying my sophomore year of college, I think everyone got nervous I was going to drop out of college and kind of throw away all of like the time you spend on an education. And I didn't. I don't know if it was, my dad still probably wants me to be on Wall Street. I don't know.
You think still?
I think he's proud.
Do you remember a time when you were able to comfortably feel like this is where I'm supposed to be and this is what I'm supposed to be doing and it's okay?
Yeah, I think it was in college actually.
Really?
Yeah, it was while I was there. Things just started happening, like getting hired for things. So it all just felt like this is all lining up well.
And the things that they said to scare people, you were like, that's for me. And that was your challenge.
Yeah. And I loved the way they taught, and I loved every Friday they would have guest speakers every Friday, and we had Martin McDonough, we had Kate Winslet, we had just like anyone that they were working with. You got to listen to them speak, and it humanized the whole experience, and it made everyone a craftsman. It wasn't like growing up in LA and seeing everyone on like Us magazine.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, did you have a period of that, like in high school, where you actually were disillusioned with the idea of being an actor because what you saw was that?
Oh yeah.
Like, did you almost quit?
Yeah. I mean, I think the reason why I studied so much theater initially was because you didn't see theater actresses getting followed. Yeah, getting followed around LA and putting themselves in danger. And there were times where my sisters would always be followed, and I would be in the car with them, and it would really freak me out.
Yeah, how do you dissociate that? Like,
Well,
how do you love the idea of acting and then think it leads to that?
So what I've like now kind of figured out, because everyone's like, your life's gonna change. Like every job I got, like Martha, your life's gonna change, or Marvel, your life's gonna change, and like I'm still doing the same thing I've been doing. And I think the idea of celebrity is like such a strange concept, and now we're really capitalizing on it with social media, and we're really capitalizing it with how we now sell products. And it's a little strange to me. But in my life, this has also kind of made me someone who's more of a homebody than maybe I'd like to be. But I know where not to go. I know I don't go to a lot of events that I have no business being at for like a work thing personally. Just because I want to. I look at someone like Julia Roberts,
Right.
and I don't see her hounded all the time, and I don't know much about her life, but I know her work, and she shows up for her things, and she shows up for anything she's doing press for her own work, and then I don't hear from her, or as a fan.
Right.
And I just think, well, she's doing something in order to make that happen. She's not continuing
It's
this
under her
constant
control.
interest. Yeah.
Like you can control it.
Yeah. So that's kind of how I've always thought. Like if I do only this much, maybe, I'm not trying to be someone that gets stopped at the grocery store.
Right.
But yeah, it's an odd thing, because I knew it before. I just never thought it would happen to me.
I'm curious if there's some fundamental misperception that follows you around, or that you have to deal with, that is just part of the deal that you've had to accept.
Yeah. I think a lot of people do talk about that. And the thing that's the issue is like, and you're so lucky. And you're so lucky to get to have a job that you love so much, and to be able to do it every day. So like to complain about it is always like, it wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean that would make me really mad, especially if I was the rehearsal Nazi.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm not lucky.
Yeah.
Like you should have seen how many hours I.
But you're so fortunate to complain about something like people liking your work, or is. I don't mind if someone, like at the grocery store, he was like a little boy, not little, he was like 13 with his mom, and he wants to be an actor, and he's very sweet, and I was really happy to talk to them, and really happy to sneak a photo with him. What I'm not cool with is a man in a tinted window car following me to my home. So I pull over, I get out of my car.
You're not good with that?
No, I'm not good with that. I was so mad. It was a rainy day, and I pulled over, and I got out of my car, and I walked straight to his car, and he turned around. Because I was so mad. I just moved. I was like, you're not going to find out where I live, buddy.
That's crazy.
And so I'm just like, that's just not humane. I mean, there are a lot of things that aren't humane, and that shouldn't be on the top of the list. But that is uncomfortable. That part's uncomfortable.
That should be on the top of the list. If you are worried about your own personal safety and being followed to where you live, that's not something that you should like file under. But you're so lucky, so this is part of your life. Well, I want to talk to you a little bit about the prep that you do, and maybe as a way to talk about Wind River, because I like that film so much. And you play an FBI agent, investigating a murder in Wyoming in the middle of winter on an Indian reservation, and it's such a great film. And I think initially when I first read about it and went to see it, I was like, Elizabeth Olsen's FBI agent.
Yeah, that's how I thought about it too.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you about, and I wanted to ask you about how you prep yourself into believing, like even before you have to convince the director or convince whoever, how you convince yourself and how that process happens through prep.
Well, I thought Taylor Sheridan was insane, the director-writer. Yeah, who also did Sicario, or wrote Sicario. I was like, why do you think I'd be great at this? Because he just wanted me to do it. He didn't make a list. He was like, I want Elizabeth Olsen.
So talk about that, like after you're over the initial shock of being asked to do it.
It was the training informed every decision I made as an actor. And it's sometimes, you do the inside out.
What do you mean?
If you were to, like, for something with, like, Sorry for Your Loss, you are going through all the emotional, thoughtful, everything's, like, in your head, analytical and then that will inform maybe how you walk, that will inform how you speak, that will inform
Your
those
wardrobe,
those
okay.
kinds of things. But with the FBI agent, there's so many physical things I had to learn that it informed the emotional, and also the people I was training with were informing my character choices.
So you went outside in?
Yeah, and so that was different for me, and it was really great. I got to do gun work for, I think, 3 months at least before we started shooting. And I worked with a law enforcement officer, or who was an LEO for 17 years, and just hearing his stories, like being a cop in LA during the riots in the 90s, and just the day-to-day of how he approaches someone walking down the street who he knows is packing or something, and how you approach those people as someone that they shouldn't be messing with, and people would think, oh, you should avoid eye contact, or you should look somewhere else, and you're actually supposed to just calmly look. If someone looks like they're a little threatening to you and they're just passing on the street or something, you look them in the eye.
That's your guy following you.
Yeah, you look them you look them in the eye. You look them in the eye. You don't avoid it, because looking them in the eye means I see you, you see me. And so there's certain things that we just discussed that had nothing to do with the gun work we were doing, just things that would come up naturally. But then when we went to Utah, I was shooting all live rounds. In LA, I wasn't shooting live rounds. And so every weekend I would go and shoot like 1,000 live rounds. And I got really comfortable with having that responsibility and having also that adrenaline and that fear, and but knowing that you can focus it in and that you're in control of the thing, of the object, of the gun. And I was also learning how to like naturally clear space. I'd like walk into my house and like know how to find the spots to clear first and close in, and it was just really interesting to get in that mindset.
Right.
And then you just trust the script at that point. And I naturally don't like the cold, so that wasn't hard. But that was really fun to do that prep work for that character.
Well, I mean, just right off the bat, when you say, I went and did gun work for 3 months, I would think that borders on obsessiveness in terms of, that certainly wasn't Taylor calling you up and saying, you need to go do 3 months of gun work, right?
What I wanted was to be confident enough holding a gun on camera that people watching wouldn't be like, oh, she doesn't have a gun. And my least favorite thing is watching people on camera. And they're like, that's not how you hold it properly. Like, that's not what you should be doing.
Right.
Or even like Mel Gibson and what was his
Lethal Weapon.
Lethal Weapon.
Yeah.
In Lethal Weapon, he's like the best shot, right? But he blinks every time he shoots the gun. Every time he shoots his gun, he's blinking. And it bothers me so much when I watch Lethal Weapon now. Like, you're blinking. If you're a great shot, your eyes are going to stay open. You're not going to blink. So there are those kinds of things that you obsess over.
Yeah.
And that kind of prep work, I just feel like you just got to do. I always feel like if you're doing something that's outside of yourself, make something as habitual as possible. And this is the goal. You wish you had that much prep time. You don't always have much prep time. But the goal is to have all those habitualized so that on the day, all you're thinking about is the human thing.
Hey folks, let's take a little break from the conversation so I can tell you about this week's sponsor, Amazon Alexa. Now before I get into the details, I want to tell you a little story about my childhood. When I was young, whenever we would leave the house, my mom would turn on our little AM radio and put it on to KABC, which at that time was a talk radio station. And it was sort of her low-budget security system. Because it was true, if you walked up to the house and you heard people talking, you kind of assumed there was someone home or you were hearing people in the house. And that was her thing. She could not leave the house without the radio being on. And incidentally, there was radio happening in my house all the time, which led to me loving radio. But what it also did is it made me aware of the fact that you're living in a house, you could be burglarized, try to fool the people who might want to do that. Well, things have come a long way since then. And we no longer have AM radios with antennas sitting on our countertops next to our toasters. But what we do have is smart homes and Wi-Fi connected lives, and Amazon Alexa has these smart bulbs, and they connect to Alexa, and they have a feature called away lighting that makes it look like you're home when you're not by randomly turning on and off lights in your house. Gosh, can you imagine if my mother had that? And beyond the security aspect, of course, we're always looking for ways to make our lives easier. We're juggling too much, so the ability to offload even the smallest tasks can make a difference. And once you install smart bulbs connected to Alexa into your home, you kind of can't believe you ever lived without them. And right now, Amazon Alexa is offering a special smart lighting bundle for listeners of this show. Now this is really easy. With the Amazon Smart Lighting Bundle, you can turn your home into a smart home in just minutes. Setup is super easy. You don't need any extra equipment. You just connect your new smart bulb to the Echo Dot and you're all set. You can set it to every possible mood with over 16 million light colors to choose from. Or you can control the lights in your home with the sound of your voice. You just say, Alexa, turn on the lights. It's pretty amazing. My mom would love it. You can also set lighting routines to gently wake you up in the morning, help you wind down at night, or completely turn off at a certain time. Basically, these are the lights that were promised to us in the Jetsons. So right now, you can get 20% off your Amazon Smart Lighting Bundle, only at amazon.com/offcamera. Every bundle includes an Echo Dot smart speaker and a signified color-changing light bulb. That's amazon.com/offcamera to get 20% off and take advantage of this amazing smart home deal. Once again, that's amazon.com/offcamera. Now back to the show. You know, you said that the cold, you don't like the cold, and I read something where you were talking about how you were going to make sure that you were just as tough as everyone else on the crew in Wyoming.
yeah.
And I think that dovetails perfectly with your personality.
Yeah.
I mean, is a big part of your personal, like the way you sleep at night, going, I proved that I worked as hard as everybody else, and that I cannot let my work stand for itself?
It's more so that I don't want to complain.
Right.
Like, I don't want to be the person that gets bothered by something that that is something I can deal with or something. It's that, but it's also that I work hard. And my Mark Abraham was now my friend who directed I Saw the Light. He always refers to me as a serious person. I'm like, oh God, Mark, don't introduce me. Don't tell someone, like, when you talk about me, she's a really serious person. Like, no one likes serious people. Like, no, that's boring. That's not like good dinner conversation. Like, stop calling me a serious person. He was like, no, but you're serious about what you do. He was like, and people respect people being serious about what they do. And I was like, yeah, but I also think people, like, would rather be with someone who's a little bit more playful about what they do. But I do take it seriously. I do take anything that I'm going to stamp my name on or my creative anything on, I'll take it really seriously, because if it's something that I love and care about, I'm going to take it seriously.
And is that for yourself too, like when you're in prep and when you are trying to figure out, like you said, like trying to figure out how to hold a gun so that people understand?
It has to be for myself. I have to talk to my therapist about this one, but it has to be for myself at some point, you know?
Right, like is there something where, like, are you a harder critic on yourself than anyone else would be?
Yeah, I always imagine the worst too.
You
it's
do.
the Woody Allen quote of, like, I don't want to belong to a club that'll have me as a member.
Is that really how you feel?
Yeah.
So interesting. So when you look at a script, do you identify certain scenes where if anyone's gonna, like, if I'm gonna fail, it's gonna be that scene?
In Wind River, I did have one of those scenes that I feared doing.
You did?
Yeah, and it was when all the guys are about to do it's kind of like a standoff, and we all have our guns drawn, and I'm the one who has to say, FBI, guns down, FBI, and it's like, I have to scream FBI, like someone screaming FBI is in so many films and on so much television, and I have to do it, and I have to mean it, and I have to be really serious about saying FBI. And so I was nervous about that. It's so iconic, like, FBI, like, that's just so iconic.
And you were like, that's just so not me.
I was just kind of like, God, I hope I seem like I mean it. Like, I'm FBI. There's just something about screaming, making all these men listen to me.
And that's probably like, that
in
draws
itself.
on bigger issues, right? Like, oh, they're going to listen to me. All these big Wyoming cops are going to turn and...
Yeah, so there was that. that there's always
Yes.
something to fear, which is always fun to eventually do. It's like a really freeing feeling to fear something so much, and you just have to do it. It's the inevitable.
I do think that acting is like that. It's like there's always going to be things that challenge you because you're essentially playing different people, right? And so there's always going to be scenes, no matter how far you get into your career, where it's going to bring up insecurities, I would assume, like how can I pull that off? And I'm always interested in the relationship between the judgment, the self-critic that goes on with that, versus what anyone else thinks you can do.
Oh,
Right? Like Taylor
geez.
obviously thought you could do that just fine and hired you. And what do you think are some things that actors grapple with that no one else even thinks about?
I was just talking about it kind of a little bit with someone yesterday, a director.
Christmas.
And we were talking about actors who, when it's like on the day you're supposed to be filming, we can start whenever the actors stop talking, kind of thing. And it's this, there's a habit sometimes of talking a lot about a scene instead of just doing it. Like, it's not set in stone, just do it. But I mean, I get this way too sometimes, where there's this like logic and rational human who is dealing with like social boundaries, and to shove that aside in order to jump into the thing that is like kind of irrational, which is you playing make-believe as an adult human.
Yeah.
And to not have the inhibitions of what protects you in the world. Sometimes it's harder to shove that aside than others, and some actors really need to talk a lot about it before feeling safe or comfortable.
It's like getting permission. Right?
Yeah, to do that. And to me, I always feel like the more you talk about it, it feels like an avoidance instead of just doing. And there are some days where you're able to relieve the person watching you, and then there's some days where you're not, or there's some moments where you just can't get past the person watching you and saying, that's not good. And a lot of times when I get obsessive with this scene and I say, no, I need another one, or no, I need another one, multiple times, and the director's saying, I'm telling you, we got it. I was watching them in the dailies for the show, and I was like, what was I talking about? Like, why was I wasting our time? Because there is some third party in my brain looking at it being like, no, that's not how it should be. That's not how it should be. And I don't know what it is. So there's always that kind of, like, the societal thing that gets us through the day is all of our brick walls, which are really necessary to survive. You just need to kind of shove them away and, like, deep dive into this really uncomfortable, but then once you're there, there's this freedom in it. There's this sense of freedom in this box.
That's the mystery of the profession, right? Because on the surface, well, you learn your lines, and when the other character says their line, then you say the line you memorize.
Try and say it like with that sounds like how people talk.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But it's this funny thing where it's like the mistakes are the ones that you learn from the most, and I say that being someone who hates making mistakes.
Because you're type A.
Yeah, and I don't want to embarrass myself, and I don't want to, try and do something that's like an extreme emotion and come out just seeming bad and wrong. But you just got to do it, because then you'll get to the other side of it sometimes, and it doesn't feel great to embarrass yourself. But that's when you need a great director. That's when you need a great crew. That's when you need the structure of the box to feel really supportive, so that you know that it's okay to fail. You know that that's not gonna define anything.
Has your self-critical voice changed or evolved into a either more benevolent or more intellectual self-critical voice as you've become more experienced and done this for a number of years?
I think so. You know what? I miss the idea of making something in like the purity of making something for the first time.
Is the purity that you don't know?
That you don't know what's going to happen to it, that you don't realize people are going to watch it. Like when we filmed Martha, Marcy, Me, and Marlene.
Good job.
I was a kid who was still in theater school who got this job opportunity. I didn't understand camera angles. I didn't understand
Was that
lenses.
like really your first film?
It was my second job, but still not having seen something I've been in on camera, still not really understanding the structure of filming, and being really uncomfortable with it. But also there's a freedom of not having any knowledge. There's a freedom of, I understood independent films to be the films that occasionally made its way to the Encino Lemley. Like, I didn't
Right.
think of it, there were like 5 movies, and sometimes they were foreign films. I never thought of it as something that got reviewed and people would see and it would move up the ladder. I never knew the politics of it. And so making it, you don't think about critics. You don't think about, is this a step in the right direction for my career? It's so pure. And that kind of
And
first
also
experience you never get again.
Yeah.
And the critical part of my brain now is just now more informed and educated, but also at the same time trying to make something in that kind of like purity again.
Like trying to get that back or capture whatever it was that was magical about that.
Yeah, that feeling of like there's something that's safe and not knowing any of this shit. Like when they said we got into Sundance, I was like, I know Sundance is that film festival. I think I've heard of it. And then we went, and everyone was like, "This is gonna change your life." And I just thought, you guys are all insane. You guys are like living in a snow globe. You guys think that this is what the world is, and it's just not. And that's what I kept thinking. And then it did change my career. And so it was this funny thing where I thought, oh, you don't know, but like I didn't know.
Right. Right.
And it is just an aspect of the world, but it's the aspect of the world that I'm a part of. But at that time, I just thought, you guys are all crazy. Like, I just didn't...
You had no idea.
I had no idea.
I think
Which is really stupid, because people think, how? You grew up in LA and all this stuff. But I just... Independent filmmaking to me wasn't a political land or world that I understood.
But I think what you're describing is when you do something for the first time, you have an opportunity to make a choice that's not based on anything. And so it has a chance to be something totally new.
Yeah.
Now, if you're going to make a choice...
It's in a body of work. It's in comparison to the last choice you made. Yeah.
Can you still make it mysterious for yourself? Like, is that sort of the goal now, is to figure out ways to actually get away from those constructs or that experience?
There is something that is in a goal that, like with Sorry for Your Loss, there is this idea of these were limits I had. Let's try and like break those down. Like now I'm producing, and now I can see behind the curtain of post-production and all those things I'd never really seen before. So it's almost like for me to create more opportunities, it's like pulling more curtains down in a way, which makes it feel more tangible in some odd sense, and also terrifying because there is this feeling of, oh, maybe if I were to do this, if I were to direct, or if I were to if I were to direct something, now I have these tools I didn't have before, but do I really want to be the person who makes all these decisions? I don't know. Because just being a part of the group that makes decisions was really fascinating also. And I like group dynamics. I like working with people. I like the ensemble aspect of the job.
Right.
Which was what we were talking about before with like the painter can go paint or the musician can go play. I really benefit from working as an ensemble or teamwork.
Right. You're in this place where at the beginning, when you just say yes because you're happy to get the job and you don't know anything about being on a film set and you make these interesting choices, there's that freedom of the mystery to it. But then when you know everything, you're sort of also responsible for everything.
Yeah,
right?
then you become responsible for the decisions you make, and then there are moments in my life where I've been like, oh, I wish I had that information at the beginning of my career. I would have held out for other jobs. Maybe there would have been a different path, or if I said no to this, I would have been available for this other thing, and that would have been maybe a different road. But you can't always do that.
Are you pretty good at letting that stuff go?
No, I'm not, but I try. Because there's still some jobs that I wish I was able to do, and I'd be curious if it would have changed my relationship with the directors I wanted to work with, that I didn't have it was a conflict, their schedule conflict thing.
That's the hardest thing, right?
It's just frustrating.
The minute you take something, you can't take 4 other things.
Yeah.
And then that thing, you have no control over. I mean, again, I don't know how you do this as a type A, non-Buddhist.
I hope to have a long life, and I hope to get to work for a long time, and so I just feel like that it will work out at some, like it will just keep hopefully opportunities don't just like die.
Are you afraid of that still?
I'm actually not. It's funny because saying that, I was like, I hope I don't sound cocky, because I'm not cocky and I'm not confident. I'm really insecure and I'm really terrified of a lot of things. But for some reason, I feel okay being a working actor. I think it's also because I've never been number one, and I've never been bottom of the totem pole. I've always just kind of treaded. And I feel like that's a place I'm comfortable being in. But I think when you see the top, when you see the number one, I think the way down looks a lot scarier. And I've never seen the top.
You know what? I think that is the clearest explanation of it, because what you're talking about is, your whole story is you have done this for the right reasons, because you love it, and not because you wanted to be famous, and not because you wanted